Alright, here's a fun fact about the high-speed ring. It's one of the fastest circuits in the game. And honestly, it's like the track was designed for people who love to go full throttle and feel the wind in their hair, even though we know that's not technically possible. The straightaways make it perfect for some serious racing, but it also means that staying in control takes some serious skill. I guess you could say it's the perfect place to test if your car has more speed than your nerves. Alright everyone, if you want to see your dream car race on your favorite track, just share some bits and type !requests in chat. The bot will then send you a link with all the instructions you need to make your request. So go ahead, get those bits flowing, and let's create some epic races together. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. There's another stream called AI Racing hosted by my good friend Amy. You can actually race on both streams at the same time, so double the fun. If you want the link, just type !Twitch in chat, and you'll get it right away. Go check it out and see which cars come out on top. Hey there! Tenka Maining 704. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some more AI racing madness. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey there, everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos of AI racing. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun, and maybe a few unexpected crashes. Stick around and enjoy the show. Hey there, lurkers. Welcome to the stream. We're here watching race cars zoom around the track. But here's the fun part. These cars are all driven by artificial intelligence. That's right, no human hands on the wheel. This stream is completely automated. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the high-tech race happening right before your eyes. Feel free to stick around and see which AI car takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the chance to see your choice race to glory. Alright, so we're looking at two drivers with very different backgrounds. Singoshi's got the mystery factor, with no info to go on. Meanwhile, Naiba has quite the racing history, with 117 races under their belt. But only 7 wins. That's a win rate of about 6%, which isn't exactly dominant. Given that both are driving the same car at high speed ring, I'd say it's going to come down to experience, and perhaps a bit of luck. Since Naiba has more races, They might have better racecraft and consistency, but those rare wins suggest they might not be the most aggressive or confident. Without knowing how Singoshi performs, I'd probably lean toward Naibe having a slight edge, but don't be surprised if the dark horse pulls off something unexpected. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, this race was requested by me, so make sure to thank me later. We're kicking things off at High Speed Ring, and Crystal 33 is starting on pole in a 2011 Toyota Tundra, racing in the NASCAR Trucks class. Buckle up, it's gonna be a fun one. Crystal 33 has shot off into the lead, holding the first place. Everlasting Apex is right behind in second, not giving up just yet. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Lil Sprout is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Simpla Marcus is making moves too, now in 9th after a trio of overtakes. Alex Has No Brain is gaining ground, now in 14th after passing 3 cars. Welcome back, Naibe. Glad to see you returning to the chaos of AI racing. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun, and maybe a few unexpected crashes along the way. That's Altizarena is climbing fast, now in 9th place. Tang Kamen in 704 is making a big push, now in 13th. Imus Gordon is also on the move, now in 14th. Everlasting Apex is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Henfatek has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. Orange Funk is now in 7th position, advancing 1 spot as well. Sufik is closing in on Mech Spirally, cutting the gap by 12.7 seconds. Singoshi has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Singoshi and Everlasting Apex are locked in a tight battle for 3rd. Lil Sprout just gained 1 spot, and is now in 4th place. Singoshi and Lil Sprout are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Naiba and Amy are locked in a close duel for 9th. Tyler and Crystal 33 are neck and neck for 1st place. Singoshi just gained 1 spot to sit in 4th. Singoshi and Everlasting Apex are fighting hard for 3rd. Lil Sprout and Singoshi are nose to tail for 4th place. Naibe is climbing up to 8th. Naibe and Thatsalti Serena are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Lil Sprout advances to 4th place. Naiba climbs to 7th. Crazy Sweetbutt moves up to 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Orange Funk are nose to nose for 9th. Hinfatic and Singoshi are neck and neck for 5th place. Crazy Sweetbutt just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Orange Funk and Crazy Sweetbutt are also fighting for 9th. Lil Sprout is holding a slim lead over Everlasting Apex for 3rd place. Crazy Sweetbutt and That's Salty Serena are still nose to nose for 8th. Orange Funk and Crazy Sweetbutt are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 1st place. Crystal 33 is not making it easy, staying close. Singoshi and Lil Sprout are neck and neck for 5th. Crystal 33 just snatched the lead from Tyler. Tyler is now in 2nd. Everlasting Apex is closing in on the top 3, moving up to 3rd. Singoshi just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Lil Sprout and Singoshi are nose to nose for 4th. Max Beerly and Flanky Frankie are neck and neck for 14th. Singoshi is climbing up to 3rd place. Tyler and Singoshi are nose to nose for 2nd. Max Beerly is making a move, now in 14th. Amy is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Singoshi is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Hinfatic is also on the move, climbing 1 spot to 5th. Tenkamaining 7 and 4 is closing in on that Salty Serena fast, cutting the gap by over 8 seconds. Orange Funk just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Kyosify and Tenkamaining 704 are nose to nose for 11th place. Kyosify and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for 12th place. Gliding Penguin just made a move to climb 1 spot, but Kyosify is not giving up that easily. That's Salty Serena just overtook someone to take 9th place. Orange Funk and That's Salty Serena are nose to tail for 9th. Kyosify and Gliding Penguin are locked in a close fight for 12th. Hinfatic and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail for 4th place. Kyosify is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Kyosify and Tenkamaining 704 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 12th place now. Kyosify and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 12. Flanky Frankie and Max Beerly are locked in a fierce fight for 14. Hinfatic is climbing to 4th place. Everlasting Apex and Hinfatic are nose to nose for that position. That Salty Serena is also making moves, now in 8th. Lil Sprout is driving a Toyota Tundra and is currently in the 9th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders. so they're holding a decent pace. Max Spirelli just overtook Gliding Penguin for 13th place. They are now nose to tail. Looks like a close fight. Kyosify and Orange Funk are neck and neck for 10th place. Max Spirelli and Tankamin in 704 are trading paint for 12th. Flanky Frankie and Gliding Penguin are locked in a close fight for 14th. Hen Fatigue is climbing to 3rd place. Kyosify is also moving up, now in 10th. Orange Funk and Kyosify are nose to tail for 10th position. Orange Funk and Kyosify are nose to tail for 10th place. Gliding Penguin just sneaked up one spot to 13. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Naiba is inching closer to Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by a second. Naiba advances to 6th place. That's Serena climbs to 7. Lil Sprout moves into 8. The race is heating up. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 11th place. Tenkamen in 704 is right behind in 12th. They're locked in a close fight for 11th. Tenkamen in 704 and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail in the fight for 11th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 15th. And Maya is inching up to 16th, making moves. Singoshi is closing in on Crystal 33, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. That's Serena is closing in on Naibi, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Tankamin in 704 is moving up one spot to take the 11th place. Hen Fatigue is gaining on Singoshi, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. Kyosify and Lil Sprout are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is chipping away at Flanky Frankie's lead, narrowing the distance by over a second. Kyosify just sneaked into 8th place. Everlasting Apex and Max Spirelli are climbing up to 17th and 18th respectively. Looks like some strategic moves happening. Dimpler Marcus is closing in on Max Spirelli, now just 13.2 seconds behind. Singoshi has taken the lead, and is now in 1st place. Tyler has moved up 2 spots to 2nd place. Naiba is climbing fast into 4th place. That's Serena is also making moves into 5th. Kyosify is right behind them in 6th. Imus Gordon is gaining fast on Maya, closing the gap by 9 seconds. That's Serena just overtook someone to grab 4th place. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Hen Fatigue, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. That's Salty Serena and Tyler are nose to nose for third. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 11. That Salty Serena is climbing nicely to third place. Naiba is also making progress to fourth. Kyosify is right behind in fifth. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Maya is holding steady in sixth place. Tenkamenin 704 is now in eighth, inching closer to the top 10. Gliding Penguin has moved up to ninth, making a little noise in the midfield. Amy is closing in on Singoshi, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Kyosify is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing one spot to 10th place. Alex Has No Brain is also moving up one spot to 11th. Flanky Frankie is catching up to Henfatic fast. Max Beerley is closing in on Flanky Frankie like a heat-seeking missile. Orange Funk and Lil Sprout are locked in a fierce duel for 6th place. Orange Funk and Lil Sprout are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Gliding Penguin and Tenkamenin 704 are locked in a close duel for 8th. Crystal 33 is closing in on Alex Has No Brain fast, cutting the gap by 12 seconds. Orja Funk and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 6th place. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 8th, grabbing that spot. Orange Funk is climbing to 6th place. Tenkamenin 704 is now in 8th. Crystal 33 has moved up to 12th. Lil Sprout advances to 6th place. Tenkamenin 704 moves into 7. Gliding Penguin climbs to 8. The race is heating up with some smooth moves. Kyosify is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Crazy Sweetbutt has moved up to 9th place. Sufik is in 10th position, also up one spot. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing in on Gliding Penguin fast, cutting the gap by 17.8 seconds. Crystal 33D just moved up one spot to 11. Henfatic and Tylera are nose to nose for 14th place. That's Salty Serena is climbing nicely into 2nd place. Kyosify is also making a move into 3rd. Everlasting Apex is creeping up to 12th. Looks like some steady progress. Tyler just sneaked into 13th place. Henfatic and Tylera are nose to nose for 13. Agnes Gordon is closing in on Alex Has No Brain, the gap shrinking by a second and a half. Agnes Gordon and Alex Has No Brain are locked in a tight fight for 20. Tenkamenin 704 is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Crazy Sweetbutt is making a move, jumping 5 spots to 5th. Sofik is also gaining ground, moving up 3 positions to 7th. Things are heating up in the midfield. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Tyler is also on the move, jumping 6 spots to 8. Crazy Sweet Butt just moved up 1 position to 4th. Things are heating up. Orange Funk is on a roll, climbing to 11. Funky Frankie is not far behind, now in 13. Max Spirelli is making a move, grabbing the 14th spot. Crystal 33 is closing in on Tatsulti's arena fast, cutting the gap by 17.7 seconds. Crazy Sweet Butt just moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Sufik also gained 1 position, now sitting in 4th. Orange Funk is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by 11.5 seconds. Crazy Sweet Butt just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Sufik is also moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Naiba is climbing up to 8th place. Orange Funk is closing in on Amy and the gap is shrinking fast. Looks like a tight fight for 10th place brewing. Crazy Sweet Butt just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Sufik is right behind in 2nd. Things are heating up at the front. Naibe is closing in on Tyler fast, cutting the gap by 9.4 seconds. Crystal 33D just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Everlasting Apex also gained 1 position, now in 4th. Tyler just sneaks into 6th place. Kyosify is right behind, so this could get interesting. Crystal 33 is climbing to 2nd place. Everlasting Apex is now in 3rd. Singoshi has moved into 4th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Crystal 33 is closing in on Zofik fast, just 6.7 seconds behind now. Tyler has climbed 1 spot to 16th place. Naiba has also moved up 1 spot to 17th. Crystal 33 just snatched the lead, claiming 1st place. Everlasting Apex is now 2nd, inching closer. Singoshi climbs to 3rd, but the race is far from over. Everlasting Apex is right behind Crystal 33 now. Henfatic and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Imus Gordon is gaining on Maya again, just like last lap. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Orange Funk is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Henfatic is climbing to 13th, making some moves. Tenkama in 704 is closing in on that Salty Serena fast, cutting the gap by 13.2 seconds. Lil Sprout and Henfatic are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Orange Funk is also climbing up to 7th. Tenka Main in 704. And that's Alti Serena are nose to nose for 9th. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Tenka Main in 704 is climbing up to 8th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is narrowing the gap to simple markers by over a second. Looks like some battles heating up. Emphatic just overtook Max Spirally and is now in 12th place. They are still close together, so expect some more action soon. Kyosify is currently in 5th place, driving a Toyota Tundra. Their fastest lap is 1:12.611, which is pretty competitive given their starting position at 19th. Looks like they're making some moves up the field. The high-speed nature is favoring the Toyota Tundras with the fastest lap times, especially mine. The Silverado drivers are struggling to keep up, and overtakes are happening mainly in the corners. That's Altizarena is now in 9th place, and closing in on Tenka Main in 704. They're really neck and neck in this fight for 9. Everlasting Apex is in 2nd place, driving a Chevrolet Silverado. They started 3rd and are holding steady, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're just hanging on for now. Crazy Sweet Butt is in the 16th place, driving a Dodge Ram. Their lap time is pretty quick at 1:12.596, so they're holding their own. Looks like they're staying competitive in the mid-pack. Tenka Min in 704 is driving the Toyota Tundra with the fastest lap of 1 minute, 13 seconds, and 497 milliseconds. They are currently in 10th place, just hanging on behind the leaders. The race looks tight for them, but they're holding steady. That's Alti Serena just overtook Tenka Min in 704 for 9th place. They're really neck and neck now. Emphatic just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Frankie and Emphatic are nose to tail for that 11th spot. Gliding Penguin is in 21st place, with a time of 1:13.728. Their Toyota Tundra is definitely not the fastest on the track today. Looks like a long way to go if they want to make a move. Amy is currently in 2nd place with her Chevrolet Silverado. She's got a slower fastest lap compared to the leader, but is hanging in there just behind. Looks like she's trying to stay close without pushing too hard. Crazy Sweet Butt is in the 16th place, driving a Dodge Ram. Their lap time is pretty quick at 1:12.596, so they're holding their own but not quite catching the front runners. The NASCAR trucks are handling the high-speed ring surprisingly well, with the Toyota Tundra leading the pack. The Chevrolet Silverado and Dodge Ram are hanging in there, but losing some ground on the straights. The track's sharp turns seem to favor the Tundra's agility over the others. Sufik is in the 20th position driving a Toyota Tundra. Their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Flanky Frankie and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Crazy Sweet Butt just gained one spot to 15. I am climbing up one position to 16. Flanky Frankie is climbing up to 11th place. Henfatig and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for that spot. Agnes Gordon is inching closer to the top 20. Henfatig is climbing one spot to 11th place. Flanky Frankie and Henfatig are nose to nose for 11th place. Alexa's No Brain is advancing one spot to 18th place. Henfatig is closing in fast on Tenkamin 704, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Thatsalty Serena just moved up one spot to 8th place. Naiba and Thatsalty Serena are now nose to nose for 8th. Flanky Frankie is closing in fast on Henfatig, cutting the gap by 5.6 seconds. Naiba just moved up one spot to 8th place. Thatsalty Serena and Naiba are now locked in a tight battle for 8th. Tenkaman in 704 just overtook Thatsalty Serena for 9th place. They're now nose to tail, so this could get interesting soon. Thatsalty Serena is now in 8th place. She's got Naibi right behind her, and they're battling hard for that position. Tenkamenini 704 is close by too, trying to sneak into the mix. Gliding Penguin is driving a Toyota Tundra and is currently in 21st place. Their fastest lap is 1:13.728, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire but still hanging in there. Wow! Crystal 33, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Huge congratulations to Crystal 33 for taking the win. That was an intense race and they definitely earned it. And Maya, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You now get to claim the 2011 Toyota Tundra. Who knew a virtual race could be so rewarding? Keep those speeds up! Alright everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's the time, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up before the countdown runs out. Alright, so we're watching two iconic American muscle cars go head-to-head on Ring GP. The Shelby GT 500 is known for its raw power and speed, especially with that vintage charm. However, the Chevrolet Novus S has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and has quite the punch of its own. Given the track and the cars, I'd say the Shelby has the edge in straight-line speed, but the Nova might take some clever turns if it can maneuver well. My gut is telling me the Shelby might just pull ahead and claim the victory. But don't be surprised if the Nova surprises us with some slick moves. We'll find out soon enough. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Ring GP with 1970s supercars. Mr. Wolf J is lining up on pole, cruising in that classic Dodge Challenger. RT, expect some serious muscle, and maybe a bit of smoky burnout action. HP Lootcraft has taken the lead right out of the gate. Mr. Wolf J is holding strong in second place. Big Boy Bets is hanging on in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Popcorn Slayer is on the rise, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tamgaducky TTV is also climbing, now in 19th after a similar move. Scorched Log just moved up 1 spot to 6th, keeping the pressure on. Mr. Wolf J and HP Lootcraft are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Shattered Pixel is gaining ground, climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is also on the move, moving up 1 spot to 10th. Gishinch is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 17th place. Team Tinatea is inching forward, now in 11th. Defactor and Skix's Beaupré are locked in a close fight for 13th. Defactor is climbing up to 13th place. Skix's Beaupré Defactor are neck and neck for that spot. Uncle Tobin and Tails Australia are also locked in a close fight for 23rd. Mr. Wolf J and HP Lootcraft are nose to tail for the lead. Scorched Log is climbing up to 5th place. Team Tinatea is making a move to 10th. Mr. Wolf J just snuck into the lead, taking the top spot. Medisbury and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose for 3rd place. Looks like a battle for the podium. Medisbury climbs to 3rd place. Medisbury and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 2nd. Big Boy Bets and Medisbury are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Medisbury just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Scorched Log has moved up 2 spots and is now in 3rd. HP Lootcraft and Scorched Log are nose to nose fighting for 3rd place. Big Boy Bets advances to 4th place. HP Lootcraft and Big Boy Bets are battling hard for that spot. Jordan F moves up to 6th place. Jordan F and HP Lootcraft are fighting for 5th. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap with the racer ahead. HP Lootcraft and Maya are still neck and neck for 5th. Shattered Pixel is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing in by over a second. Shattered Pixel climbs to 8th place. Defector advances to 11. Dr. Monkey 13. And Defector are nose to nose for 11. Jordan F and HP Lootcraft are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Tango Ducky TTV just gained 1 spot and is now in A18. Kitty 61 and Tango Ducky TTV are also battling it out for 18th. Tukstakat is gaining on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap by 1 second. High Mice has moved up 1 place to 25th. Uncle Tobin and High Mice are nose to nose for 25th. Medisbury and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for the lead. Naibe is chipping away at a Wilderdino's tail, closing the gap by a second. Wolf's Light is climbing the ranks, grabbing the 28th spot. Maya is currently in 6th place with the 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Medisbury and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for the lead. Buckyboard is chopping down the distance to Fishins by over a second. Lisa Shibi just sneaked up 1 spot to 26th. Well, look at that. Mr. Wolf J just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Mr. Wolf J really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning that race. You definitely earned that 1st place spot. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because Algarve's sharp turns and technical sections really test a car's agility. A car with good grip and precise steering would excel here, making it easier to maintain speed through the twists and turns. Top-end speed is nice, but if the car can't stick to the road, all that power doesn't mean much. So, I'd say a balanced combination of cornering ability and braking performance is what really matters for this track. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder before the timer runs out. Make sure to pick your favorite car before it's too late. We don't want anyone to miss out on the action. Get those choices in now. Ooh, what a nostalgic showdown. The Williams FW18 is definitely a legend and known for its speed and agility. The Tyrrell 024, while a solid car, is probably a bit more of a dark horse here. I'd give the edge to Maya in the Williams just because of its reputation for being a fast and well-balanced machine. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything could happen. Let's see if the Tyrrell can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Algarve, and leading the pack is Equinox 2 in a classic 1996 Sauber C15. Looks like they've got the pole position and are ready to show us what they've got. Stay tuned for the chaos. Equinox 2 has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place. Exhaust 21 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. NR Savage is climbing fast into the top 10. Ihave Sema is making a solid push into the middle of the pack. Maya is sneaking up into the lower teens. Looks like the race is heating up. GamerBoss 72 is making a strong push up to 5th place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Its Bumblebee is also climbing fast, grabbing the 17th spot after passing 3 cars. Rampisherf and GamerBoss 72 are nose to nose for 5th. Looks like a battle to watch. Just Pankakes is now in 3rd place. Suprathri has climbed to 6th place. Wannabe Kido and Ihavik Sema are nose to nose for 11th. Ihavik Sema is just holding off NR Savage by a car length. Princess Wildface and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for the 20th spot. Skoterops and Grampy Giraffe are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Ihave Eczema is inching closer to the top 10. Cap Holster is making a move up to 15th. Josh Bjosh just gained 1 spot to take 8th place. Ensinar Savage also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Ihave Eczema and Ensinar Savage are nose-to-nose for 10th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Amy and Edsauce21 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Ideal and Wanabekido are wheel to wheel for 12. Just Penchakis is climbing to 3rd place. Edilev is inching closer to 12th. Wanabekido and Edilev are nose to nose for 12th. Ihave Eczema is just holding on to 10th place with Ensinar Savage right behind. Cap Holster and Maya are neck and neck for 14th. Morning Starcell and its Bumblebee are fighting hard for 16th. Cap Holster is climbing up to 14th place. Sulfatitsu Hair and Morning Starcell are nose to nose for 17th place. Ihave Eczema and Ensinar Savage are nose to nose for 10th place. Cap Holster just gained 1 spot to move into 13th. Wanabekido and Cap Holster are also fighting for the same spot. Tight race there. The F1 1996 cars are pretty evenly matched here. But the track's tight corners at Algarve are favoring those with better handling and stability. The Sauber and Williams are leading, probably thanks to their balance, while the McLarens are struggling to keep up. Well, look at that. Equinox just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow! Equinox really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats on the win, you must have some serious driving skills. Or maybe just really good eye. And hey Maya, look at you claiming that classic 1996 Williams FW18. That's a legendary car to add to your collection. I hope you're ready to race it like the champion you are. Sure. Did you know that the S1 cars from 1950 were pretty much the starting point of the modern era? They looked more like race cars from a vintage movie with giant open wheels and very little safety equipment. Imagine zooming around a track in what basically resembled a metal rocket with no modern crash barriers. It was a wild time where speed was king and safety was almost an afterthought. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get on it before the countdown runs out. If you want to see some wild AI races, make sure you're in the game. We don't want anyone to miss out on the chaos, do we? Hey, I'm Insan. Welcome back to the stream. Great to see you returning just in time for some exciting AI car races. Get ready for some high-speed fun. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Wolf of Eco in a classic 1958 Ferrari 246 F12. That's a beauty. Well known for its speed and agility back in its day. On the other side, Cliffzone is behind a 1955 Bugatti Type 251, which, despite being a little older, is still an impressive machine with some serious style and power. Considering the cars, I'd say Wolf of Eco's Ferrari might have the edge in raw speed and handling on a twisty circuit like the Dessauer Rennstrecke. But don't count out Cliffzone. The Bugatti has a reputation for smooth performance and might surprise us with its elegance and balance. In a race like this, it's really a close call, but I'd lean towards Wolf of Eco taking this one. Still, wouldn't be shocked if Cliffzone pulls off a surprise upset. It's all about the thrill of the race, right? Alright everyone. The race just kicked off at the Dessauer Rennstrecke, and look at that. Maya's in pole position with her 1955 Gordini T32, leading the pack. Let's watch her try to hold on to that top spot. Maya is leading the race right now. Amundsen is right behind in second place. Wolf of Eco is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Wolf of Eco is climbing to second place. Akvaithi is now in fifth. Wrestling 567 has moved into sixth. Sputnik NZ is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Wolf of Eco is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to first. Waldo is also on the rise, gaining 2 places to take second. Akvaithi is really closing that gap on Waldo, just 2.9 seconds now. Stabigale Killens is climbing up to 10th place. Looks like Stabigale Killens and Sputnik NZ are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Chiesendaschauer is on the move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gerlov Diamond is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 10th. Cap Holster is having a tough time, dropping 8 positions to 15th. Wrestling 567 is driving a 1950B RM Type 15 Toyota. Looks like they're holding steady in 7th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Wrestling 567 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Cliffzone is also climbing up to 6th. Amundsen and Cliffzone are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a close fight. Akvaithi is closing in on Waldo, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Wrestling 567 is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th place. Amundsen is also moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Lord Zekritsky is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Lotusos is hot on their heels, also up 7 spots to 5th. Stabigale Killens is not far behind, making a similar move to 6th. The race is heating up. Cap Holster is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Maya is catching up, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 5th. Amundsen is also on the move, passing 5 cars to take 6th. Akvaithi just took the lead, moving up one spot to first place. Waldo is gaining on Wolf of Eco, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Cap Holster is hot on Waldo's tail, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Cap Holster is chipping away at Waldo's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 7th place. Chizendashauer and Gerlof Diamond are locked in a close fight for 9th. Gerlof Diamond is climbing up to 8th place. Chizendashauer and Aminsan are nose-to-nose for 9th. Wolf of Eco is now in 1st place. Waldo has moved up to 2nd place. Akvaithi and Waldo are nose to tail, fighting for 2nd. Akvaithi just gained 1 spot to take 2nd place. Wrestling 567 is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by 3.2 seconds. Chizendashauer moved up 1 spot to 9th. Lotusos is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. Sputnik NZ is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Chizendashauer is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 7th. Amy is gaining on Lord Crispy fast, just 5 seconds behind now. Stabika Killams is right on Amy's tail, closing in by over 5 seconds. Sputnik NZ is creeping closer to me, just a little over a second behind. Congratulations to Wolf of Eco on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic win for Wolf of Eco. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like the competition wasn't quite enough to catch you this time. Great job staying in the lead and finishing strong. Alright, here's a fun fact about Deep Forest Raceway. This track is famous for its tricky turns and unpredictable weather conditions, making it a real challenge even for the most skilled drivers. It's like Mother Nature decided to throw a surprise party every lap. So if you're racing here, expect a wild ride filled with surprises. Alright, so we're looking at two mystery drivers in a classic 1989 Estonia 25 at Deep Forest Raceway. Since we don't have much intel, this could really go either way. If I had to make a wild guess, I'd say the driver with the most confidence, or maybe the one who looks the most motivated, might have a slight edge. But honestly, with both being pretty much unknown, this race is setting up for a fun surprise. Let's sit back and see who surprises us and who might just be dreaming about winning without any real practice. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Deep Forest Raceway, and leading the pack is Skex's Prix in a classic 1989 Estonia 25 track. Looks like age is just a number when it comes to winning. Skex's Prix is leading the race, followed closely by Cloudsurfer 69 in second place. Exception is currently in third. Looks like a tight start. Le Roselle and Exception are nose to tail for third place. Agrit's 34 and Maya are locked in a close fight for fifth. Druafals is climbing up, now in eighth after a nice move. Le Roselle is climbing up to third place. Connor Malady is making a move to eighth. Wauk CB is climbing up to 10th place. Schoolbus Rusta V and Papa KC are nose to nose for 12th. Wauk CB and Druer Falls are nose to nose for 9th place. Papa KC is climbing up one spot to 11th. Edzos 21 and Papa KC are fighting hard for 11th. Agrit's 34 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Schoolbus Rustavi just gained a spot to 12th, and is now chasing Adenflash, who also moved up 1 to 13th. Adenflash and Schoolbus Rustavi are locked in a tight fight for 12th. Maya's car is in 5th place, holding a solid mid-pack position. The race looks tight with no major gaps yet, so she might be eyeing some overtake soon. Amy is still holding that 7th place, but Druer Falls is right behind, closing the gap quickly. Cloudsurfer 69 is in 2nd place, driving the Estonia 25 Cup car, which is identical to everyone else's. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Amy just overtook Agret's 34 and moved into 6th place. They are now side by side, racing hard for 5th. Agrit's 34 just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy and Agret's 34 are nose to tail for that position now. Connor Malady is shrinking the gap too. Amy by over a second and a half. They're now battling for 7th place. Amy is in 7th place with a car that has a fastest lap of 1 minute 27 seconds, which is decent but not quite at the front. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the top contenders. Exception's car is still in the top 5, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Wow, Skakes' Beau Prix, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, what an incredible victory for Skakes' Beau Prix. Congratulations on winning the race. You must have been driving like a pro. Everyone else better step up their game if they want to keep up with that kind of skill. Great job! Did you know that the 2012 Mercedes-Benz C-Class was often called the Baby Benz because of its smaller size and luxurious features that made it feel like a mini class? It's like the little sibling of the Mercedes family that still manages to turn heads on the street. Quite the classy compact, wouldn't you say? Ooh, this is a tough one, but I think the Mercedes-Benz C-Class might have a slight edge here. The Mercedes has a reputation for steady performance and handling, especially in a race setting like La Sarthe Retro. The Audi, a 4R14 from 2011, is a solid car, but I wonder if it might be a bit behind in terms of aerodynamics and overall speed compared to the Mercedes. Plus, with AI behind the wheel, it's all about precision and consistency, so I'd say the Mercedes might just take it. But hey, never underestimate an Audi's flair for surprises. Hey, 10 come in 704. I think you mean exclamation mark garage, right? You're trying to see what cars are in the garage? Or maybe you want to claim a car yourself. Either way, if you want to add a car to your collection, just type exclamation mark race followed by the number. Alright everyone, Dank Nuggins is at the front in a classic 21 Mercedes-Benz CLK. Starting on pole here at the La Sarthe Retro track. Let's see if that vintage rides can hold up. Lisa Shibi has taken an early lead. Dank Nuggins is right behind in second, and Necrophantasm is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Dank Nuggins is holding onto the lead with Lezeshibi right behind. Necrophantasm and Dank Nuggins are dueling for second place. Cobber and Necrophantasm are neck and neck for third. The race is heating up at the front. Timborghini Tube is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 25th. Necrophantasm is inching closer to the front, now in second. Cobber is also making moves, grabbing third place. Sasatura just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Sasatura and Cobber are nose to nose for third. Dank Nuggins and Sasatura are still fighting hard for that 4th spot. Sasatura is now in 3rd place. Dank Nuggins is right behind in 4th. They are neck and neck for that 3rd spot. Dank Nuggins and Sasatura are neck and neck for 3rd place. Nexaromaville is climbing up to take 5th, pushing Cobber and Nexaromaville into a close fight for that position. Dank Nuggins just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Sasatura and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose fighting for 3rd. Velocito 14 and Crandy Life are locked in a close duel for 10th. Sasatura is now in 3rd place. Nexaromaval is gaining on Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by 140 seconds. The battle for 4th place is heating up. Nexaromaval is climbing to 4th place. Aisley is making a move to 10th. Its Soror is advancing to 12th. Its Soror is gaining on Velocito 14, closing the gap by a little over a second. Its Ragnaroks has moved up 1 spot to 17th place. Waldo and its Ragnaroks are nose to tail, fighting for 17th. Aisley is holding off Maya by a car length for 9th place. Its Soror and Velocito 14 are wheel to wheel for 11. Waldo and its Ragnaroks are neck and neck for 17th. Dank Nuggins and Nexaromaville are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Velocito 14 is chipping away at Aisley's lead, closing the gap by 144 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is climbing up the field, moving up 1 spot to take 18th. Amy just gained a spot to take the 14th position. Silhouette and Amy are nose to tail for the same position. Girl of Diamond is chipping away, closing the gap by a second and a half. Yama Priest is now in 20th place. Gamerboss 72 has climbed to 21. Chimagishat has jumped to 24. Looks like the race is heating up. Sasatura is driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class from 2012. They're currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding steady, but no sign of a major move yet. Nectaromov is closing in on Sasatura, cutting the gap by over a second. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Aisley has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Nexa Romaval and Zasater are neck and neck for 3rd place. Its Sarar just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Maya and its Sarar are fighting hard for the 11th position. Nexa Romaval and Zasater are nose to nose for 3rd place. Its Sarar and Velocitor 14 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Timborghini Tube is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Wildo is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 17. Jamaica is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Nexa Romavel is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 3rd. Its Saror is really pushing to catch Maya now. They're closing the gap by over a second. Its Saror and Maya are neck and neck for 10th place. Silhouette just moved up 1 spot to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 12th Q. Sotsfired is right behind, also gaining 4 places to 13. Waldo is not far behind, doing the same to 14. Looks like a tight scramble for positions. Ciprothri is closing in on GamerBoss 72 fast, cutting the gap by almost 12 seconds. Taknesty is on the move, overtaking 4 cars and climbing to 21st. Cover is also making progress, passing 3 cars to reach 27th. Congratulations, Liza Shibi. You really showed them how it's done at La Sartha Retro. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow, these Ashibi really pulled ahead, didn't they? Great job! That was some impressive racing. I guess all those practice runs paid off. Congrats on the win. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 2018 cars could reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour? That's faster than most city traffic. So these cars are basically the cheetahs of the racing world, just with more buttons and high-tech gadgets. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time where you might end up with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't miss out on the excitement. Make your pick before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Ikix Guitar C7 in a Renault RS18 and X-Basic Switch in a Red Bull RB14. Both are solid choices from 2018. But the Red Bull has a reputation for being a little more agile and better balanced on tricky tracks like Bruno. The Renault is no slouch, but I'd lean toward the Red Bull having a slight edge here. Still, it's I, so anything can happen. Unless it's a predictable race. Then we'll see which car outmaneuvers the other. Who do you think will take the win? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bruno and our star driver Let's Go is starting strong on pole position. He's behind the wheel of a 2018 Toro Rosso STR13, so let's see if he can stay ahead or if the AI will surprise us. Let's Go has shot off the line and taken the lead. Wenti Guitarista 7 is holding second place, just behind. X-Basic Switch is in third, trying to keep up, but already a bit behind the front runners. Weekdays Davichide 7 just snatched the lead from the current front runner. Forte Afro is closing in on the top three. Exclusivagox is making a strong push, climbing 2 spots into fourth. Amy is on fire, climbing to 8th place after 3 quick overtakes. Crystal 33 is also making moves, now in 10th after similar progress. Wilderino is catching up, now in 14th, still pushing through the pack. Velocito 14 is on a tier, overtaking 16 cars to claim the lead. When Guitarista Gasta 7 is hanging tough right behind him in a fierce battle for first place. Meanwhile, Amy is having a rough time, dropping 10 positions to 18. Megutsu is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to 11th place. Wangsit guitarist Stegging 7 is holding strong at the front, now in first. Derlitsko is also on the rise, grabbing 2nd place. Husky Hawk just nudged ahead of Awildraino to take the 11th spot. Awildraino is not giving up without a fight, closing the gap to reclaim that 11th position. They're nose to tail in what looks like a fierce battle for that spot. Rob Swizzle just made a bold move and now leads the race. Guanyi Guitarist 7 is not giving up easily. They're right behind him. The battle for the top spot is heating up. Awildraino is climbing steadily, now in 10th place. Wangsit Guitarist 7 is holding the lead at the front of the pack. Drelitsko is hot on their heels in 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Penny 3, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Wilderino and Cristal 33 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. The Critica leg just snuck into the top 15. Rob Swizzle is inching closer to swell-placed V, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wilderino is climbing up to 7th place. Ponden and Crystal 33 are nose-to-nose for 8. Rob Swizzle is chipping away at swell-placed VV, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Ponden just zoomed past 8 cars to take the lead. Wenteway Victoria and Ponden are now nose-to-tail fighting for the top spot. Wendy's Garistias is 7. Just overtook someone to take the lead. Derlitsko is closing in on the top spot as well. Portiafro is also climbing up, looking to join the front runners. Wow! Winnie's Guitaristic 7 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Wentexiguitaris 7 for taking the win. That was an impressive race performance. Looks like all those virtual miles paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep up the winning streak next time. Sure. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that V8 supercars racing cars are built for one main purpose? Going fast in a straight line and sliding around corners like they're on a roller coaster? They use powerful V8 engines that can produce over 650 horsepower, which is enough to make you feel like you're holding onto a roller coaster ride the whole race. It's basically a high-speed ballet of roaring engines and precise driving. Oh, this is like choosing between a big muscle beast and a slightly older but still pretty fierce competitor. The Mustang is known for its power and agility, especially on a track like Imola Vintage with those tricky corners. The Falcon, while sturdy and reliable, might not have quite the same edge in raw speed, but could surprise us with its handling. If I had to guess, I'd say the Mustang might take the lead early on because of its turbocharged engine. But the Falcon could close the gap if it manages to master the twists and turns. I'll put my money on the Mustang edging out in the end, but don't count the Falcon out just yet. It's all about who makes the least mistakes. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Imola Vintage track. And Alman Storm is on pole, driving that classic 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. Looks like he's got the best starting spot. So let's see if he can hold on to it, or if the others will surprise us. Alwyn Storm has taken the lead right out of the gate. Keengrut is holding strong in second. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably planning her next move. Akvaithi just climbed one spot to take 7th place. Vaifuan and Akvaithi are nose to nose for 7th. Abatablok is gaining 2 spots to sit in 9th. Alwyn Storm is leading in a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX, which is known for its balance and reliability. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Abetablok is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima Dote. Looks like they're making a move from the back, trying to climb up the ranks. Abetablok is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima Dote. Looks like they're making a move from behind, currently in 10th place, so they might be trying to climb up the ranks. Abetablok is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima Dote. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Scruda Champ is trying to hold off Spear Like Hail for 5th place. Abetablok and Wei Fuan are neck and neck for 8th. Abele Isa is and a turn Globe advances to 8th place. Someone's closing in on Wei Fuan, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. The V8 supercars are holding strong at Imola, but the tight track favors skill over raw power. The mix of models shows some variation, but overall the class seems balanced enough to keep the top spots competitive. Croxworth is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. Looks like they're holding steady in 10th place. Not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Spear Like Hail is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. They're holding on to the 5th spot, so they're not doing too badly, but definitely not threatening the leaders. Kingroot is still holding second in that sleek Ford Falcon FGX, and he's actually got the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's pushing hard to challenge Alwyn Storm at the front. Amy is dropping back to 10th place. Spear Like Hail is climbing to 4th place. Scrooge Champ is moving up to 5th place. Amy is leading the race in her 2019 Ford Mustang. She's got a solid gap at the moment and is fastest in the race so far. Looks like she's in control. Alwyn Storm is trying to hold on, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a fierce duel for the lead. Alwyn Storm takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Kingroot follows closely behind in 2nd. I am now in 3rd place, inching closer to the top. Wow, Alwyn Storm really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of Imola vintage now. Well done. Wow, Alwyn Storm took the checkered flag. Big congrats to them. That was an impressive race. As for the winners, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. You get to claim that shiny 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. Perfect for some V8 supercars action. Well done, everyone. This race was a roller coaster. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Charlotte Speedway has those long straightaways where top speed is crucial, but also tight corners that require a car to stay glued to the track. You want a car that can accelerate quickly out of turns and maintain control at high speeds. Overall, a car with excellent grip and balanced agility would be the winning formula here. Well, with both drivers being pretty much unknowns, this race might come down to luck, or who can handle the Silverado better under pressure. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'd probably put my chips on the one who looks less likely to spin out in the first lap. It's a classic mystery race, folks. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, things are kicking off at Charlotte Speedway, and leading the pack is the Okinabaka truck in the NASCAR Trucks class. It's a 2011 Dodge Ram, and it's starting pole position. Let's see if it can keep up the pace, or if the other trucks will catch up. Okinabaka has shot off the line and taken the lead. Wendy Tapsumbongs is holding strong in second place. Hishinks is right behind, trying to find a way around. Hishinks is climbing up to second place. Hishinks and Okinabaka are nose-to-nose for the lead. Wendy Tapsumbongs and Fishink are locked in a close fight for second. Rogue and Dirty Tapsumbong Eeks are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Oscar Wolf just gained one position to move into sixth. Matthewsaurus Rex and Oscar Wolf are now battling it out for sixth place. Matthewsaurus Rex is holding off Oscar Wolf by a car length for sixth place. Samon Samun and Prodigy Place 58 are still neck and neck for ninth. Amy and Samon Salmon are trading positions for 10th. Matthewsaurus Rex just overtook someone to move into sixth place. Oscar Wolf and Matthewsaurus Rex are nose-to-nose for sixth. Prodigy Place 58 and Relaxed View are also fighting hard for 8th. Fishinks and Okinabaka are nose to tail at the front. Waifuena and Dorobe are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Trifonanity 3 is making a move, climbing up to 11th place. Hishinks and Okinabaka are nose to tail for the lead. Waifuana just nudged into 4th place. Amy is climbing to 11th. Looks like she's got her eyes on the top 20. Hishinks just overtook for the lead. Okinabaka and Fishinks still neck and neck for first place. Relaxed View and Oscar Wolf are battling hard for 7th. Relaxed View and Oscar Wolf are nose to tail for 7th place. Wanga Tang Saban, 272, and Cliffzoner are locked in a close fight for 16th. Bjorn Art just gained one spot to move into 18th. Bjorn Art and Wanga Tang 72 and 72 are battling it out for 17th. Rogue and Wei Fuan are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Relaxed Few just slipped into 7th. Prodigy Place 58 and Oscar Wolf are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Rogue is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th place. Wei Fuan and Rogue are locked in a close fight for 4th. Samun Zamun and Prodigy Place 58 are battling it out for 9th. Wow! Fishins just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the master of Charlotte Speedway today. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Fishins really pulled it off. Congratulations on that amazing win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Jerez Retro track actually echoes the layout of the historic Circuito de Jerez, but with a twist that makes it more of a funhouse mirror version? It's like the track decided to take a playful spin on itself, turning some of the tight corners into surprising hairpins. Makes you wonder if the cars ever get a little dizzy trying to figure out which way to go. Alright everyone, this is your last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Make sure you lock in your choice so your preferred vehicle can make its glorious run. We don't want anyone missing out on the action because of a last-second panic. Alright folks, this is a classic muscle car showdown on Jerez Retro. Yesteron 133,796 is behind the wheel of a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss, which is known for its raw power and aggressive stance. On the other side, we have Amy in a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, another iconic muscle car with great handling and a bit more finesse. Honestly, it could go either way. The Mustang Boss might have the edge in straight-line speed, thanks to its power, but the Camaro might excel in corners with its better balance. My money is on the Mustang Boss to take an early lead, but the Camaro could close the gap if the driver skills come into play. Who do you guys think will emerge victorious in this vintage muscle car duel? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Jerez Retro, and leading the pack is Gesteron 133,796, in a classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. Looks like vintage power is in the lead right now. Stay tuned, this could get interesting. Yesteron 133,796 is leading the race, followed closely by Amy in second place and Maya in third. The top three are already showing some early aggression. Maya advances to second place. The battle for first between Maya and Jester 133,796 is heating up. Joey Pastrami climbs to 6th place, closing in. Amy just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd. Velocitor 14 and Shoot 'em Up are locked in a close fight for 12th. Velocitor 14 is climbing 2 spots to take the 11th place. Zachary TV is moving up 1 spot to 14. Drew Falls and Zachary TV are nose to nose for the 14th position. Yesterone 33,796 is leading in a vintage Ford Mustang Boss from 1970. Looks like they've been flying since the start and are holding a comfortable lead. Drew Falls is racing a 1962 Jaguar Mark II. They're currently in the middle of the pack, sitting in 15th place. Looks like a steady race so far, no major moves or overtakes. Drew Falses is driving a 1962 Jaguar Mark II. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in the 12th spot. Not much action so far, but plenty of race left. Shoot 'em Up is climbing up to 11th place. Velocitor 14 and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for that spot. Zachary TV is also inching forward to 13th. The vintage Trans Am cars are clearly dominating the top spots, showing the track favors their style and performance. The Group 3 cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the vintage handling and speed. Shoot 'em Up is driving a 1966 Shelby GT50. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 13th place, so their race looks steady, but not quite at the front. Velocitor 14 is driving a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR, a lightweight and nimble car known for agility. They are currently in the 15th place, so the race isn't going their way, but there's plenty of time to make moves. The vintage Trans Am cars are clearly dominating the top spots, showing their strength on this track. The Group 3 cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the track layout or car performance. Amy is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in control unless he makes a mistake. Shoot 'em Up is climbing nicely into the top 10. Velocitor 14 and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for 11th place. Looks like a good scrap forming there. Shoot 'em Up is climbing up to 9th place. Velocitor 14 is also making progress, now in 11th. Hot Bolognese and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 11th. Maya is gaining on Amy fast. Now just over a second behind. Velocitor 14 is hot on Toucan's Flora's tail, closing the gap by a little over a second. Shoot 'em Up is closing in on Dank Nuggins, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Velocitor 14 is climbing up to 10th place, making a move. Amy is leading the race in a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. She's got a solid pace with the fastest lap of 2 minutes, 5 seconds, and 531 milliseconds. Looks like she's maintaining a comfortable lead so far. Wow, look at that! Yesteron 133,796 just took the checkered fly. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Gestron 133,796. You really drove your way to victory today. Well done! And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim the classic 1968 Chevrolet Camaro from the vintage Trans Am series. What a legendary ride! Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make a move before the race begins. Don't miss out on the fun. Go ahead and choose your favorite AI driver. Oh wow, we've got a classic Ferrari versus a more modern Mitsubishi. It's like a battle of the old school charm against some slightly newer tech. Honestly, the Ferrari 288 GTO Evoluzione is a legendary car with quite the reputation, especially in the turbocharged era of the 80s. It's probably going to have the edge in raw speed and agility on Weatherfield Speedway. The Mitsubishi G20 is no slouch either, and it's got that all-wheel drive advantage which might help it in the corners. But if I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Buffina 19 with the Ferrari has a slight upper hand here. The Ferrari's lightweight build and turbocharged power should make it a little quicker on the straights. Still, that Mitsubishi's got some tricks up its sleeve, so it won't go down without a fight. So, my bet goes with Buffina 19 and the Ferrari for the win, but don't count out RAF 92 just yet. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Weatherfield Speedway with GT1 cars. And look at that! Maya starting on pole in a classic 1997 Panos Esperante GTR 1. There, she is feeling pretty confident with that vintage beast. Maya is leading the race right now with Captain Canadian in second and Juana Baquito close behind in third. Looks like Maya got a good start, but the real action will be if Captain Canadian tries to overtake. Juana Baquito is hanging in there, so stay tuned. Stabby Gail Killens is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is making a solid push to 11. Do Rogue is gaining ground, now in 18th. Vanonia 1857 just overtook someone to take second place. Crandilive is also climbing up, now in 4th. Captain Canadian and Crandilive are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Triad is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Rogsworth is inching forward, now in 5th. Rome Spider and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Rome Spider is climbing nicely to 6th place. Stabby Gale Killens is also making moves up to 7th. Lord Sekrespi is inching closer to the top 10. RAF 92 is climbing to 8th place. Tron is making a move up to 10th. Tron and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for 9th. Vanonin 1857 just snatched the lead from the front runner. Maya and Vanoni 1857 are nose to tail for the top spot. Tron is climbing steadily to the 8th place. Stabigale Killens just overtook someone to claim 6th place. Rome Spider and Stabigale Killens are nose to nose for that spot. Tron is climbing up to 8th, probably tired of the back of the pack. Captain Canadian and Amy are nose to nose for the 13th place. Trehart Triad is inching closer to the top 20. Maya is now in 1st place. Stabigale Killens and Frogsworth are nose to nose for 5th. N-Body Notes is climbing to 18th. Vanon 1857 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 11. Wannabakidoya sneaked into second place. Grandalive is climbing up to third, inching closer to the front. Vanon at 1857 is really having a tough time dropping to the back of the pack. Broxworth is gaining on Grandalive, closing the gap by over a second. Shran is climbing up nicely now in 5th place. Amy is on a roll, now in 7th place. Captain Canadian just lost a few spots but still holding 9th. Lord Sacrisby is closing in fast, chopping down the gap by over 7 seconds. Things are heating up behind. Archerona 92 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 22. Axton Hits is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 25. Rome Spider is having a rough patch, dropping 17 places to 30. N-Body Notes is driving a Porsche 944 Turbo from 1988. They're currently in the 17th place, with a best lap time just under 2 minutes. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace with the front runners. Lord Secretsby is inching closer to Matthesaurus Rex, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Axton Hits and Sedamo Jajames are locked in a fierce duel for 24th place. Van Noen, 1857, is climbing up the field, gaining 2 spots to sit in 26th. Vanoneth 1857 is on a roll, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 5 cars. Wanabakido is closing the gap on me, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Broxworth and Grandalive are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. The 1857 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Broxworth just snuck into 3rd, maybe trying to keep up with the leaders. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer's closing in on Captain Canadian, but still a bit of a gap to close. Grandalive just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Broxworth and Grandalive are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Lord Sacrisby and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are locked in a close fight for 10th. Wow, Wanabakido, you really sped past everyone. Looks like you're the new Speed King. Oh wow, Wanabakito takes the crown. Congratulations! That's some impressive driving right there. Looks like they really know how to steer their way to glory. Great job, Wanabakito! Sure. Did you know that the Tsukuba track is famous for its tight curves and short straightaways? That makes it a real challenge for cars because they have to be super precise on the turns. It's kind of like a roller coaster for cars but without the drops. Perfect for testing how well these AI racers can handle the twists and turns. Alright everyone, you better hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. The clock's ticking and we don't want any sad faces when the race starts without your favorite car. Get those choices in now. Oh wow. This is a classic case of style versus muscle. The Alfa Romeo 4C is light, nimble, and built for cornering finesse. Meanwhile, the Mustang Shelby SS is all about raw power and straight-line speed. If the race is heavily about handling and agility, I'd say Nyalathod Pep 98 might have a slight edge. But if it's about accelerating down the straightaways and pushing through the corners with force, I'd keep an eye on the Mustang. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But I'm placing my bets on the Mustang just because of that V8 roar and sheer horsepower. Let's see if the AI can surprise us. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Tsukuba and Superstar Badazara is on pole with that classic 1988 Audi V8. Let's see if old school can outpace the new school today. Nyalathotep 988 is leading the race right now, followed closely by Agrits 34 in second place. Budadzero is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Nulavi is on fire, climbing 3 spots to third place. Stankit is also making moves, gaining 2 positions to 7th. Looks like Amy and Stankit are locked in a close fight for 7th. Trifinanity 3 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 position. Dongdotsanto 3 is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 9th place. Agrids 34 is now in 1st place. Trifinanity 3 has moved into 2nd. I am climbing up to 5th. Looks like a tight race at the front. Nulavi is climbing to 3rd place. Dongdotsanto 3 is now in 6th. Max Spirley is making a move to 8th. Maya is right behind Yarlathopet 98 now, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is climbing steadily, now in 7th place, making her way through the pack. Stankit is also on the move, grabbing the 8th spot and pushing forward. Autumn Thunderbird is driving a 1995 Ford GT90. A retro street car. Looks like they're holding steady in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery. Daruk Official is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10th place. Dongner Songner 3 in ground, moving 2 spots up to 4th. Meanwhile, Maya and Nyarlathotep 98 are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Stankit is climbing nicely into the top 10. Exclusivogox is right behind, also making a move. Things are heating up in the midfield. Dongert 3 just overtook someone to climb to 3rd place. Maya is also making moves up to 5th. Nyala, Totep 98, and Maya are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nulavi is now in 3rd place. Autumn Thunderbird is gaining on Badazara, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Darok Official is driving a vintage Porsche 911 Turbo Dodo. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top vintage car, and their lap time suggests they're holding steady but not making big moves. Jill and Wolf is in the last place with a 1973 MMC Gremlin X and a lap time of over a minute 16. Looks like a long day for that vintage ride. Dongdetsointhalina sneaked into 2nd place. Autumn Thunderbird and Badazara are nose to nose for 8th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nulavi is driving a 2016 Dodge Viper CR, known for its raw power and aggressive handling. They're currently in 4th place, holding a solid position, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're pushing but not quite matching the pace at the front. Wow, Agreeds 34 took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the fastest thing on the track today. Nice job. Wow, agreed 34 took the win. Nice job. That was some impressive driving. You really know how to handle those AI racers. And congratulations to me. I guess I get to claim that sweet 2018 Ford Mustang Shelby SS. Time to add some muscle to my virtual driveway. Thanks to everyone for racing and watching. See you in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Macau Gia is a tight, twisty circuit that demands precise steering and quick reflexes. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those sharp corners without losing control is what really makes the difference here. Acceleration and braking are also key, but ultimately, the car needs to weave through the narrow streets smoothly. So, a car with excellent maneuverability would be my top choice for this race. Alright folks, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want anyone ending up with the vehicle no one wanted, do we? Time's ticking. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. Squat Bender in a 1985. Lancia LC2 versus me in a 1988. Jaguar X JR9. Both are legends from their era. But I'd have to say the Jaguar X JR9 might have a slight edge here. The XJR9 is known for its handling and power, especially around tight corners like those at Macau. The Lancia LC2 is a classic, but it's a bit more of a race for nostalgia than outright speed. So I'm predicting I'll be taking a lead early and holding on to it. But hey, anything can happen when AI takes the wheel. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Macau Gia track. Amy is on pole position, driving a classic 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1. Let's see if that vintage charm can take her to the front. Amy is leading the race from the front. Zerkemingate is holding strong in second place. Yesterun 33,796 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Zerkemingate just overtook and now leads the race. Amy is right behind in second place. Kyosify and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for fourth place. Maya is on a roll, climbing to fifth place after overtaking 3 cars. Violetta Mama is also making moves, now in 10th after passing 3 more. Vinci Cot 21 is gaining ground, now in 15th, also with 3 overtakes. Druorfals is climbing up to 12th place. Starbix is also moving up to 17th place. Wenty Tabsumbongtix and Starbucks are locked in a close fight for 17th. Morning Starsel is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180D TM. They are currently in the last position among the Retro DTM group, so it looks like their race is not going well so far. Wrestling 567 is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making any moves forward or backward. Blaine Chicot 21 is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. They are currently in the 15th place and seem to be stuck behind some traffic, not making much progress. Donald Sontervi is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Yesteron Hidden 33,796 is closing in on Circa Mingier. The gap shrinking fast. Balsamic Vin 283 just moved up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Squat Bender is climbing up to 8th place. Drua Fals is now in 10th. Violetta Mama has moved into 11th. Balsamic Vintwoo 83 is driving a Mazda 787B, a legendary rotary-powered race car known for its unique engine sound and victory at Le Mans. They are currently in 9th place, holding steady, but not making any dramatic moves so far. Donitson 3 is gaining on Morning Starsel with a big push. Lotusos is inching closer to Violetta Mama. Starix is catching up to Unkoni Buddy faster than expected. Jacinda Box is driving a Mercedes C180 DTM from 1994. They are currently in 19th place, just behind some other Mercedes drivers. Looks like a quiet race for now. Squat Bender is gaining on Lilac fast, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Drua Fals is inching closer to Balsamic Vint 283. Just under 2 seconds behind now. Jacinda Box is climbing up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Morning Starsel is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Their race seems to be pretty quiet so far, stuck in the back with no notable moves or overtakes. Yesteron 33,796 is creeping closer to Cirque Gaming Gate, cutting the gap by over a second. Starbucks and Unkoni Buddy are locked in a tight fight for 15th place. Jackson Nabox is gaining on Starbucks, closing the distance by a little over a second. Yesterone 133,796 is gaining on Cirque Gaming Gate, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is hot on Gesterone 33,796's tail, closing the gap by 1/32. Starbix and Unknown Buddy are neck and neck for the 15th spot. Jackson Dabox is driving a Mercedes C180 DTM from 1994. They're currently in 19th place and their fastest lap is just over 2.5 minutes. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Sergamingate is really having a rough time, dropping 19 places to 20. Yesterone 133,796 is climbing up one spot to take the lead. Amy is also moving up one spot to second place. Balsamic Vint 183 is gaining on Lynn Lilac, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Lotusos is inching closer to Violetta Mama, just a 1-second difference. Cirque Gamingate is catching up to Wrestling 567, narrowing it down by 2.5 seconds. Wow, look at that! Yesterone 133,796 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Gesterone 133,796 on winning the race. That was an impressive display of skill and speed. You've definitely earned your victory today. As for the drivers competing for a car, Maya, your bet race win means you get to claim the 1988 Jaguar X JR9, a classic in Group C racing. Way to go! Who's feeling lucky enough to claim their prize next? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those choices in before we start the race and you miss out on the fun. Don't be the one kicking yourself later when everyone else is cheering for their shiny new ride. Alright, so we've got Maya in a Toyota TF109 and Yaboru Wanda in a Williams FW31, both from the same era, but slightly different beasts. The TF109 is known for its solid balance and reliability, while the FW31, although a competitive car back in the day, had its quirks and moments of glory. If I had to place a bet based solely on car performance, I'd give a slight edge to Maya. Toyota's cars in 2009 were pretty consistent and often delivered better handling in tricky corners. But hey, race day always has surprises, so Yaboru Wanda could surprise us all with some expert driving. So, who do I think will cross the finish line first? I'm leaning toward Maya, but don't hold me to it. This race might just keep us on the edge of our seats. Alright everyone, we've got Kilo Juliet Delta on pole in the F1 2009 race at Bahrain. He's behind the wheel of a 2009 Renault R29. Let's see if he can keep that lead or if the pack will catch up. Kilo Juliet Delta has shot off the line to take the lead. Lockdown 7 is holding strong in second place. Traffic 3 is hanging tight in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Dre 192X is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 15th place. Lockdown 7 is holding the lead at the top. Unknown Tactics is making a move up 2 spots to 4th. The battle for third between Unknown Tactics and Traffic 3 is heating up. Just Penchakis is climbing fast into 4th place. DTK Rogers has gained 1 spot and is now 7th. The fight for 6th place between DCK Rogers and Beanstreams is getting intense. Yaboru Wanda climbs to 9th place. Maya advances to 11th. Justin Gilks makes a 2-spot jump to 12th. Looks like Maya and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for 11th. Just Pantakis and Traffic 3 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Beanstreams and Unknown Tactics are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Justin Gilks is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 10th. Just Panchakis and Traffic 3 are nose to tail for 3rd place. DTK Patsy Rogerts is climbing 2 spots to 5th. Justin Gilks is gaining 1 spot to 9th. Meg's Boring Life is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 26. Kilo Juliet Delta and Lockjohn 7 are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Just Panchakis is climbing up 1 spot to 3rd. Looks like Just Pancakes and Kilo Juliet Delta are also battling it out for 2nd place. Just Pancakis is now in 2nd place. Tripa 93 has moved up to 4th. Tripa 93 and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to nose for 3rd. Just Pancakes and Lockjohn 7 are nose to tail for the lead. Beans Streams is climbing fast into 3rd. Unknown Tactus is making a move up to 6th. Unknown Tactus and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a close fight for 5th. Just Panchakis is now in 1st place. Bean Streams has moved up to 2nd. Unknown Tactus has gained 2 spots and is now in 4th. Justin Gilks and Zachary TV are locked in a close fight for 7th place. DTK Patsy Rogerts is climbing up to 8th, overtaking Justin Gilks. Now DTK Patsy Rogerts and Justin Gilks are battling for 8th spot. Maya is charging through the field, now in 10th place after 3 quick overtakes. Dre192 Pex is also making moves, climbing to 12th after a similar surge. Rikoharu G is losing ground, dropping 11 spots to 22nd. Maya is closing in on Yabara Wanda, cutting the gap down to just a few car lengths. De Critica Leg is making a move, climbing 2 spots to sit in the 13th position. Meanwhile, Base Nizart Wu and the Critica Leg are nose to tail, fighting for that 13th place like it's the last slice of pizza. Wow, Just Pancakis really flipped the competition, huh? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Just Pancakis really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations. That was some smooth racing. I hope they're celebrating with something buttery and delicious right now. Sure thing. Did you know the 2015 on-road Ligier JSP3 was built for endurance racing and was actually designed to be modular? That means it can be easily updated or adapted for different racing series, making it quite the chameleon on the track. It's like the Swiss Army knife of racing cars. Versatile and ready for anything. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. We've got Girl of Diamond in that sleek 2016 8S03 Nissan and Ediliv in the 2015 Onroc Ligier JSP3. Both are solid choices but with different strengths. The ADS03 Nissan has a reputation for being nimble and agile, perfect for those twisty corners at the Österreichring vintage no chicane. On the other hand, the Ligier GSP3 is known for its stability and smooth handling on faster sections. If I had to pick based on the cars, I'd say Girl of Diamond might have the edge with that smaller, lighter design, especially if they're quick on their feet with the steering. But Ediliv's Ligier could surprise us if they maintain consistent speed in the straights and handle those turns with finesse. My gut says Girl of Diamond's gonna take it. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. Let's see who crosses the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at the Österreichring Vintage No Chicane track. Leading right off the bat is XXX 7 in a 2011 Cytec Z11 SN, starting from pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if the others will catch up. Wayne X Guitarist 7 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Gami is holding second place, trying to keep up. Ediliv is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Ihava Xema is climbing fast, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bjorn Art is also making moves, now in 19th after a similar surge. Amy is gaining ground, now in 4th place, moving up 2 spots. Ediliv and Gami are nose to tail for 2nd place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 5th. Marty Freeze is inching into the top 10. And Maya and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 9th. Amy is climbing to 3rd place. Girl of Diamond is now in 4. Waldo is making a move to 11. Maya is on the move, climbing to 6th place. Marty Freeze is right behind, also making a move to 7. Waldo is not far behind, pushing into 8. Looks like a tight battle forming. Marty Freeze is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bjorn Art is making a solid push, moving up 3 spots to 13. ER Special is on a mission, overtaking 7 cars to land in 15. Mission Man is climbing up to 5th place. Girl of Diamond and Mission Man are fighting hard for that position. Maya and Waldo are nose to tail for 7. Ediliv is slicing through the track, closing in on Rosaurus by 6.7 seconds. Maya and Waldo are nose to tail for 7th place. T-Bomb is gaining on Alan 656, chipping away at the gap by 2.7 seconds. Waldo better watch out, that gap is shrinking fast. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 3rd place, and looks like Maya is making a move, climbing to 7. Eve is closing in fast on Marty Freeze, cutting the gap by 14.6 seconds. Wenty's Guitaristic 7 has climbed one spot to third place. Mission Man is also up one spot to fourth. Girl of Diamond is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by a second and a half. They are nose to tail for fourth place. Maya and Girl of Diamond are also battling for fifth, with just a few tenths separating them. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into fifth place. The race between Maya and Mission Man is heating up for fourth. Waldo is chipping away at Girl of Diamond's lead, now only 1.8 seconds behind. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing up one spot. Waldo has also gained one position, and is now in sixth. Waldo and Mission Man are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth place. Girl of Diamond is making a bold move up to third place, overtaking 4 cars in one go. T-Bomb has gained one spot, now sitting in 8th place. Leonard has also moved up one position, now in 11th. Congratulations to Platigami for winning at Österreichring Vintage No Chicane. Looks like they just showed everyone how it's done. Wow! Platigami took the checkered flag. Big congrats to them for an awesome race. Now, for the lucky drivers claiming cars, Maya, you did the most overtakes today. So you get to claim the 2016 8S03 Nissan. Enjoy your new ride, Maya. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s and before, racing was mostly about raw power and bravery. But did you know that some of those old slow cars, like the tiny little Lotus 9, were so lightweight that they could actually jump over small obstacles on the track? It's like the mini cars believed they were part of a stunt show rather than racing. Honestly, it's a reminder that even slow cars can have a little stunt hero in them. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's your last chance. Don't miss out on the fun, time's almost up. Get those choices in before they're all locked in. Alright, both of these cars have personality for days. The Alfa Romeo from 1939? That's a classic legend. It's probably got some serious history and charm, but in a race, it might be a bit draggy compared to the Morgan. The Morgan +4 from 1962 is known for its lightweight and nimbleness, which could give it an edge on cousin rings, twists, and turns. Considering that, I'd put my chips on the Morgan for a more spirited race. But hey, give the Alfa some time and a good draft, and it might surprise us. It's going to be fun to watch how this plays out. Alright folks, Igenerite is taking the lead in that charming 1965 MGBG. It's a vintage beauty, but let's see if it can keep up with these sneaky modern racers. The race is on at Kazan Ring, and things are just getting interesting. Stay tuned. Igenerite is already leading the pack, with Maya right behind in second place. Cover is holding strong in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a fast start. Mirgutsu is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Stabigayokilims is also making moves, now in 10th. Captain Canadian is gaining ground, now in 16th. The race is heating up. Lokjon 7 is making a move up to 3rd place. Joey Pastrami and Lokjon 7 are nose to nose for that spot. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is climbing to 7th. Maya has just taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. Nirgutsu has also gained a spot, now in 5th. Joey Pastrami and Murgutsu are nose to nose for 4th place. This is getting interesting. Lokjon 7 is climbing up to 2nd place. Igenerite and Lokjon 7 are nose to nose for that spot. Mirgutsu is sneaking into 5th place. Ai Rafael is climbing up to 8th place. Dank Nuggins is now in 14th. Lord Buttrill has moved into 18th. Mirgutsu is climbing to 3rd place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is also moving up to 5th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and Igenerite are nose to tail for 4th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in 3rd place. Ai Rafael is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by over 2 seconds. Celestia Linari is climbing up to 11th place. Mirgutsu is climbing to 2nd place. Ai Rafael is making a move up to 6th. Orange Funk is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Joey Pastrami and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Terumitsu Roses and Orange Funk are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Stabigayokilims just gained 1 spot, now in 13th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in 3rd place. Rafael has moved into 5th. Amy is climbing to 7th. Rafael is gaining on Lockjaw 7, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Hikori Hamsam and Tug on It DTV are locked in a fierce fight for the 18th spot. Navling is creeping up on Hikori Hamsam, chipping away at the distance by over a second. Jeroen Sirosis is climbing fast, grabbing the 8th spot from Joey Pastrami now. Joey Pastrami and Cheryl Mzirosis are now nose-to-nose in that tight battle for 8th. Hikori Hamzam is making a move, climbing 2 places to 17th. Sufik is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 17th place. Amy is closing the gap on Ejin Red, now just a second and a half behind. Dunk Nuggins is gaining on Celestial Inari, closing the distance by over a second. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Frankenbalz is closing in on the top 12. Lord Buttrill is inching closer to the top 15. Rafael is really closing the gap on Lockjaw 7, just a second and a bit now. Celestial Inari is climbing 2 spots to 9th place. Dank Nuggins is also making moves, up 1 spot to 11th. Rafael is climbing up to 4th place. Lockjaw 7 and Rafael are nose-to-nose for that spot. Dank Nuggins is gaining ground, now in 10th. Cheryl Mitsirosis just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Egan Wright and Cheryl Mitsirosis are nose-to-nose for 7th. Stankit is also climbing, now in 16th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in 2nd place. Sufik and Frankenbalz are nose-to-nose for 14th. Migutsu is now in 2nd place. Joey Pastrami is closing in on Celestial Inari, cutting the gap by a second and a bit. Sufik has moved up to 14th. Dank Nuggins just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Stankit and Frankenbalz are nose-to-nose for 15. Rafael is really closing in on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, cutting the gap by a full second. Lord Buttrill just sneaked up 1 spot to 12. Sufik is gaining on Orange Funk by a solid 1.6 seconds. Celestial Inari and Igenerate are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Sufik is chipping away at Orange Funk's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Solid Shawn and T1 is climbing up to 21st, leaving someone behind. Joey Pastrami is climbing up to 10th place. Sufik and Hikari Hamsam are neck and neck for 13th. The battle for P13 is heating up. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like the cousin ring was just your playground today. Wow, Maya. You really pulled off an incredible win there. Huge congratulations on taking the top spot. I guess that victory means you get to claim the stunning 1962 Morgan +4. I mean, who wouldn't want to roll around in that vintage beauty? Well done. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s and before, streetcars racing in that class often had to be just slightly modified versions of what you'd see on regular city roads. So, technically, someone could have been driving around town in their race-ready vehicle without even knowing it was a potential contender on the track. Talk about a surprise when they saw their daily driver on the race course? Alright everyone, last call. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision. Don't leave me hanging here with no race to watch. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got the classic showdown between the 1963 Lancia Fulvia Spider and the 1965 MG BG, both vintage beauties. But let's be real here. The Lancia has a slight edge in the handling department, with its more aggressive design and sporty roots. The MG is definitely charming and probably a crowd favorite, but in this race at Tor Poznan reverse, I'd give the upper hand to the Lancia. It's got a reputation for being a bit more nimble on tight turns, which this track is full of. So, I'd put my money on the Lancia Fulvia Spider to come out ahead today. Alright everyone, it looks like Simple Markers is kicking things off from pole in that vintage 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop . Classic car, classic start, ... Let's see if that old school charm can keep up with the modern racers. Simple Marcus has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Connor Mality is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Schmerz and Livas in third, hanging tight in the top three. Lucky Boyd is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Lynn Lilac is making moves to reach 15th. Hermit Media is also pushing forward, now in 24th. Buckyboard is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Kariruvanen just nudged into 4th. Buffy 19 and Amy are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Keruvinen is climbing to 3rd place. Prodigy place 58 is now in 8th. Imus Gordon and Unstable are nose to nose for 10th. Keruvinen is gaining on Schmerzen Live, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Abomzi has climbed 1 spot to 11. Linilak is narrowing the distance to Imus Gordon by almost 2 seconds. Hermit Media is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into the 19th place. Keruvinen is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Buckyboard is also making progress, moving up to 4th. Keruvinen just took the lead from Simplomarkers. They are now battling for 1st place. Jay Buogi has moved up to 16. Yum Chubby Panda is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 16. Rome Spider is losing ground, dropping 15 places to 26. Buckyboard is inching forward, gaining 1 position to sit in 3rd. Rome Spider is making a big move up to 13th place. Velocitor 14 is closing in on School Bussers TV fast, cutting the gap by over 13 seconds. Buckyboard just climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. Lin Nilak climbs to 10th place. Imus Gordon advances to 13. Jay Buugi moves into 14. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th. Abomzi and Unstable are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Rome Spider is closing in on Jerk Place fast. Unstabil just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Linilak also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Prodigy Plays 58 is closing in on Schmerzen Live, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Lin Leilak is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. Jay Buogi is also moving up 1 spot to take 11th place. Jay Buogi is on the move, overtaking 3 cars and climbing to 8th place. Unstabil is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Abomzi and Linilak are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Linilak just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Hermit Media also moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Abomzi and Hermit Media are nose to nose for 11th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Schmerzenlieb is climbing to 3rd place. Jay Buogi is making a move to 6th. Lin Lilak is sneaking into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Rome Spider is gaining fast on Jerk Place, cutting the gap by 5.6 seconds. Lin Lilak has climbed 1 spot to 7th. Unstabil and Amy on nose to tail for 8th place. Room Spider is closing in on Jerk Plays fast, just 6.1 seconds behind. Hermit Media and Unstabile are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Maya is climbing up to 12th, making a nice move. Hermit Media is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 7th. Jay Boogie is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, chipping away at the gap by 2.7 seconds. Catgirl TM has gained 1 position, now 12th. Jay Boogie is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Abomzi has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. The battle for 9th place between Abomzi and Amy is getting pretty tight. Wow, Keruven, you really sped past everyone. Looks like the finish line was just waiting for you to claim it. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Keruven. They really showed off some impressive driving skills out there. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure. Did you know that in the 1980s supercars racing class, cars were often built with the most flamboyant and bold designs, making them practically look like moving artworks? It was like a competition not just for speed, but also for who could have the wildest paint job on the track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and we're about to get this AI race underway. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car take the lead, or maybe just embarrass itself spectacularly. Hurry up! Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The Buick GNX from 1987 versus the sleek Ferrari 308 GTS from 1986. Now the Buick is known for its raw power and muscle, but in a race like this, the Ferrari's agility and speed might give it the edge. It's like putting a hammer against a scalpel. While the Buick could surprise us with a burst of torque, I bet the Ferrari's lighter frame and superior handling around Albert Park will let it take the lead. Though I'd say the Ferrari might just edge out the Buick in this race. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, including a dramatic slip or a surprise overtake. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Albert Park with Shikamaru on pole in a 1987 rough CTR Yellowbird. Buckle up, because this classic beast is ready to roar. Shikamaru is taking an early lead. Dank Nuggins is right behind in second, and Bunny Softdoom is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Aussie Ibwutanen 2 is on a roll, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bunny Softdoom just moved into second place, inching closer to the leader. Dylan Wolf is also making progress, now in 8th place. Frankenbite just sneaked into 5th place. Zotsfied and Kyosify are nose to nose for 9th. Shalesy is climbing 2 spots to 13. Dylan Wolf is climbing up to 7th place. Deletsko and Dylan Wolf are battling fiercely for 7th. Zotsfired is also making moves, now in 10th. Zotsfired is gaining under Let's Go, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Lukaiju has climbed 1 spot to take 19th place. Axton Hits and Lukaiju are battling it out for that 19th spot, nose to tail. Bunny Softdoom and Shikamaru are nose to nose for the lead. Siraria is gaining on Zotsfied, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Equinox 2 is hot on Buckybird's tail, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Highmise climbs to 17th place. Buckybird and Highmise are nose to tail for 16. Frankenbuds just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Kyroscope and Frankenballs are nose to nose. Looks like a tight squeeze for that 4th spot. Bunny Softdoom and Shikamaru are nose to tail for the lead. Zotsfied just gained a spot to 8th place. Drelesko and Zotsfied are now battling for 8th position. Jill Wolf is climbing up to 6th place. Zotsfired and Rukimiriki are neck and neck for 7th. Deletsko and Zotsfired are battling it out for 8th. Dank Nuggins and Bunny Softdoom are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Deletsko is charging up 2 spots to claim 7th. Rukimiriki and Draletsko are nose to nose for 7th. Chelsea is climbing up to 12th place. Jaimez is making a move to 15th place. Both are on the rise. Aussie 2002 is driving a Porsche 959, a car known for its advanced technology and speed back in the day. Looks like they're hanging around in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Gyroscope is in 5th place, driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GT. Oh, their race looks steady but not spectacular, hanging around the middle without much drama so far. Frankenbuzz is climbing up to 3rd place. Zotsfied is now in 8th. Zerorelia has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Joan Wolf is gaining on Gyroscope, closing the gap by 1 second. Jaimez has moved up 1 spot to 14. Bunnysoft Doom and Shikamaru are nose to nose for the lead. Buckyboard is chopping down the distance to Lord Secrespi, now just a blink away. Frankenbuzz is inching closer to Bunnysoft Doom, closing the gap by over a second. Zerorelia and Zotsfired are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Chelsea is making moves, climbing up to 10th place. Aussie 2002 just snuck into the top 12, inching past Rookie Miriki Tota. Rookie Miriki and Aussie 22 are now nose to nose for 11th place. Jaimez and Kyosify are locked in a fierce duel for 13th. Bunnysoft Doom and Shikamaru are nose to tail for the lead. Zerorelia and Zotsfired are locked in a fierce scrap for 8th place. Jaimez has gained 1 spot, now sitting in the 13th position. Jaimez is driving a Lamborghini Countach LP 5000 QV. They're currently in the 14th place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and 86 milliseconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them so far. Rookie Miriki is closing in on Aussie 2002, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are in a tight battle for 11th place. Wow. Shikamaru really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the new Speed King. Wow! Shikamaru did an incredible job. Big congratulations to them for taking the victory. That was an impressive race. I knew they had it in them. Great driving! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Zolder has a mix of tight corners and fast sections that require precise control. A car with strong cornering abilities and good stability would excel here, allowing it to carry speed through the twists without losing grip. Sure, straight line speed helps, but being able to navigate those curves smoothly makes all the difference in this race. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the moment or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what a classic face-off we have here. On one side, we have Mirgatsu with the 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2. That car is a true American muscle legend, known for its sleek design and raw power. On the other side, Bees McGee with a 1977 Jaguar XJS, which is more about elegance and a smoother ride, but also has some serious power when pushed. Considering the race on Zolder and the cars involved, I think the Corvette's age and power potential might give it a slight edge in straight-line speed and acceleration. But the Jaguar's agility and handling could really spice things up, especially on a circuit like Zolder, which has some tight corners. If I had to bet, I'd say the Corvette might take the win just because of its brute force advantages on a track with a mix of speed and curves. But don't count out the Jaguar. It's got style and sass on its side. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Zolder and look at this. Amy is starting on pole in the classic 1964 Cheetah GT. All set to show these modern racers how it's done. Let's see if that vintage charm can take her to the front. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Mirgatsu in second and Bees McGee in third. Looks like the top spots are already shaping up to be a tight battle. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 8th place. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 6th. Teskis is making moves, now in 12th. Teskis and Celestial Inari are nose-to-nose for 11th. Darigos is slicing through the field, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Unknown Tactics is climbing fast, now in 4th place after gaining 2 positions. Paciar and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Celestial Inari is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 9. Maya is dropping like a stone, now 16 places behind. Belthanthe Beast is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 7. Condon is closing in on Spear Like Hail, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Maya has dropped 6 positions to 29. Yoongjun Stotfu 102 is rapidly approaching. Maya closing the distance by 19.2 seconds. Beast McGee is really having a rough time, dropping 20 places to 24. Pace CARR just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Walk CB also gained 1 position, now 5th. Looks like Walk CB and Pace CAR are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Walk CB is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Belthanthe Beast has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 position. Darigos has advanced to 19th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Maya is rapidly catching up to Youngin Sturt 102, closing the distance by 8 seconds. Deskis has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Spear Like Hail is narrowing the gap to Jerk Plays by 1.5 seconds. Jerk Plays and Alan 656 are nose-to-nose for the 20th spot. Maya is inching closer to Jungensurster 102, closing the gap by a second. Maya is gaining fast on Young and Store 202, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. Unknown Tactics is catching up to Murgutsu, inching closer with every lap. Theskis is also on the move, closing in on Celestial Inari. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Theskis is climbing to 8th place. Gabitha Minimac is now in 12th. Kaboomper is narrowing the gap to U20 place by over a second and a half. Theskis and Cheriffa Kitten are nose to tail for 7th place. Kickass Lady X3 just gained 1 spot to 12th. Gabitha Minimac and Kickass Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Nergutsu is now in 1st place. Unknown Tactics is getting closer to Amy, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Theskis has moved up to 7th place. Chizandashower is driving a 1961 MGMGA. A classic British roadster tail. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap so far, over 2 minutes. Looks like they're just trying to stay on the track at this point. Pace CRR just climbed to 4th place. Belthanthe Beast is now in 5th. Jerk Plays is closing in on Duragos, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Wauk CB is climbing fast to take 4th place. Darigos is making a move up to 18. Jerk Plays is closing in on James Mist, chipping away at that 3.5 second gap. Der Let's Go is driving 1967. Mercury Cougar de Staten Island. They're currently in the 12th position and have a lap time of 1 minute 53 seconds. Looks like a solid race, but they're not quite catching the leaders yet. James Smith is climbing up to 17th place. Spear like Hale and Jerk plays are still nose-to-nose for 20. Alan 656 is gaining on Spear like Hale, closing the gap by a second and a third. Wow, Mirjgutsu, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Oh, well done. Wow, Mirjgutsu really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats on winning the race, you definitely earned that victory lap. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage slow cars often make racing look more like a cozy Sunday drive? It's like watching a parade where the cars are more interested in enjoying the scenery than winning. Sometimes, their top speed is so relaxed that it's almost like they're racing to see who can finish their afternoon tea first. It's all about style and patience, not just the finish line. Hey everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make your choice before they zoom away without you. Don't miss out on the race of a lifetime. Oh wow, what a classic showdown. The 1959 BMW 507 is definitely a beauty with its sleek design, but it's more of a cruiser than a race car. On the other hand, the 1963 Lancia Fulvia Spider, known for its agility and sporty handling, might have the edge in a race setting, especially on a track like Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez. I'd probably put my chips on Liam and the Lancia for a surprise win. It's all about turning those curves smoothly. And I think the Lancia might just have the better chassis for that. But hey, who knows, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez. On pole, we've got Zasatur in a vintage 1949 GTC Midget, so buckle up for some classic speed. Let's see how those slow vintage cars handle this one. Queen Monda is leading the race right now. Zasatur is holding second place, and APR Dope is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. APR Dope just overtook someone to take second place. Maya is now in third after climbing one spot. Amy is making moves, jumping 2 spots to sit in fifth. Amy is now in fourth place. Dr. keeps Appleway and Zasatur are fighting hard for fifth. Latinumera has climbed to ninth. Latinumera and Liam are close for eighth. Gary 17 just made a bold move and is now in fourth place. Amy and Gary 17 are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth. Dr. keeps Appleway and Zasatur are locked in a close duel for sixth. Gary 17 is climbing to third place. Spikles is making a move up to sixth. Latinumera is advancing to eighth. Latinumera and Dr. keeps Appleway are still locked in that tight fight for seventh place. Scorchlog just gained one spot, now in ninth. Blinchicot when he won is also climbing, moving up to 11th. Gary 17 is climbing to second place. Spikles is getting closer to Amy, cutting the gap by a second. Latinumera is moving up to 7th. Gary 710 is really closing the distance on Queen Monda, just 1.8 seconds behind. Amy is catching up to me, now only 1.3 seconds apart. Blinchicot winning Michelle one spot and is now in 10th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Queen Monda, the gap shrinking by 2.6 seconds. Latinumera is gaining on Spikles, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Scorched Log is climbing up one spot to take 8th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Queen Manda, the gap shrinking by 130 seconds. Liam has moved up one spot to 13. Yexinda Box is gaining on Wolf of Eco, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gary 710 is closing the gap on Queen Manda by almost 2 seconds. They are in a tight battle for the lead. Spikles has moved up one spot and is now in 5th place. Gary 710 just took the lead, climbing one spot to 1st place. Latin Numera and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Bubute is also moving up, gaining one spot to 11th. Bubute is climbing up to 10th place. Wolf of Eco is chipping away at Flincha Koniwan's lead, closing in by 3.4 seconds. Gasatur is also moving up to 14th place. Spikles just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya and Spikles are nose to nose for that spot. Scorched Log is climbing up to 7th place. Spikles is gaining on AP Dope, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Maya, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Plat Numera has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Plat Numera and Amy are battling hard for 6th place. Spikles and AP Dope are neck and neck for 3rd place. Wolf of Eco is closing in on Flinchicot 21, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Liam is climbing up the field, now in 14th place. Scorched Log is climbing up to 7th place. Jacinda Box is making a move to 15th. No one is giving up positions easily today. Dr. Keeps Appleway advances to 8th place. Bubote climbs to 9th. Wolf of Echo moves up to 12th. The race is heating up. Maya and Spikeballs are nose to tail for 4th place. Bubote is slicing into Dr. Keeps Appleway's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Flinchicot 21 is climbing up one spot to 12. Flinchiek 21 and Daisy Chains are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Wow! Gary 17 really took the checkered flag. Nice job, champion! Wow! What a performance! Gary 710 really pulled off the Triple Crown. That's no small feat. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's a masterclass in racing strategy and skill. Congrats to them. It looks like they totally dominated the competition today. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car. If you haven't locked in your choice yet, now's the time or you might end up with what's left over. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. The 1997 Volvo S40 is known for its solid safety and reliability, but it's definitely not a speed demon. On the other hand, the 1999 Nissan Primera P11 has a bit more agility and might handle those sharp turns on highlands short a little better. I'd say it's going to come down to how well each car handles the twists and turns. Personally, I think Amy's Nissan might just have a slight edge in agility, making her the favorite in this race. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Highlands short track and up front. We've got Velociter 14 in a classic 1993 Peugeot 405, starting on pole and already looking confident. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the modern rivals. Veloci, Orthime Samijia. Has shot off the line to take the lead. Evolution 954 is right behind, keeping the pressure on. Amy is holding strong in third, but expect some early fireworks from these top three. Budatsaror is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 5th. Saprandigan is making a move, overtaking 3 to reach 8. Rosegoldamine just nudged up 1 spot to 7. The BTC cars are dominating the top spots, showing their speed on this track. The Group N cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track layout or car performance. The Highlands short favors the more agile and powerful vehicles. Necrophantasm moves up to 9th place. Anarchy6 is now just 1 second behind Simple Markers. I am closing in on Show, with the gap shrinking by nearly 4 seconds. Budazeror is driving a Peugeot 306 Maxi, a Group N car. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady, but no sign of a charge yet. Zerotimid and Anarchy6 are nose to tail for 11th place. Maya is gaining on Show, chopping the gap down by over a second. Zero Team Alive climbs to 11th place. Zero Team Alive and Simple Markers still neck and neck for 10th. I am closing in on Show, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Anarchy6 and Zero Time Alive are nose to tail for 11th place. Maya is closing in on Show, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. Necrophantasm is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is over 4 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like a solid but not spectacular race so far. The tight corners of Highlands Short seem to favor the faster lap times of the BTC cars, keeping the top positions competitive. Hot Bolognese is running a 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally, which is known for its nimbleness and light weight. They're currently in 15th place, hanging around the middle of the pack but a bit behind the leaders. Princess Wildface is driving a 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally. They're currently in 14th place, so the race isn't exactly a joyride for them. The track's tight and technical nature is favoring the front runners with quick lap times, while the longer straights are giving the Group N cars a chance to catch up. Evolution 954 is driving a 1997 Volvo 40, holding on to 2nd place with the fastest lap, just a bit slower than the leader. Looks like they're keeping it steady and fast enough to stay close. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 8th place now. Zabrandigan and Necrophantasm are still battling for that spot. I'm moving up to 16th place, closing in. Congratulations to Velocitor 14 for taking the top spot at Highlands Short. Looks like someone was just a little faster today. Well done. Wow, Velocitor 14. You really took that race by storm. Congratulations on your win. You must have some serious driving skills. Either that, or the AI just decided to let you win this time. Great job, keep it up. Well, here's a fun fact about the Aviano GP track. It's actually a fictional circuit inspired by real racing tracks, but with a twist of its own. The track is known for its sharp hairpin turns that make drivers feel like they're navigating a roller coaster rather than a race. Plus, it has a unique feature where the last corner is so tricky that it's often the deciding factor in who takes the win. Talk about a dramatic finish. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks quickly or you might end up with a car you didn't want. Time's ticking, so get those selections in before it's too late. Wow! We've got quite the vintage battle on our hands. The Facel Vega Facel 2 is known for its sleek design and powerful engine, but it's a bit heavier and maybe less agile than some modern race cars. On the other hand, the Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato is legendary for its agility and lightweight design. Given the track at Aviano GP and these iconic machines, I think Wolfslight's Aston Martin might have the edge when it comes to handling and quick turns. But don't count out Rosars and that Facel Vega's straight line speed. It's going to be a close race, but my bet is on the Aston Martin to cross the finish line just ahead. We'll see if that vintage charm can outrun the raw power. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at Aviano GP, and leading the pack on pole is Ablaz in a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. Classic car, classic speed. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Ablaz has taken the lead right out of the gate. Leonard is holding strong in second place. Caffeinated cars currently in third, trying to keep up. Lazy Towner is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to 5th place. Wolf's Light is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th. Leonard is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Rosaurus just climbed 1 spot to 10th place. That Salty Serena also moved up 1 spot to 12th. Leech Mepsena at Salty Serena are nose to nose for 12th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing fast into 2nd place. Lazy Towner is also moving up into 4th. Lazy Towner and Ablaz are neck and neck for 3rd. Lazy Towner is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is making a move to 10. Looks like Maya and Rosaurus are nose to nose for 9. Mission Man is now in 10th place. Maya and Mission Man are still neck and neck for 10. The Heaper 7 has advanced to 13th. Lazy Towner just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Bleach Mepsi is climbing up to 11. Looks like Maya and Bleach Mepsi are locked in a close fight for 11th. Billy is climbing up to 5th place. Caffeinated Car and Billios are still neck and neck for 5th. I am inching closer to the top 10, moving into 11. That's Alti Serena is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 10. Lazy Towner is closing in on Bjorn Art, the gap shrinking by a second. Caffeinated Car just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 5th. Lazy Towner just took the lead, moving up to 1st place. The Heaper 7 is climbing up to 12. Maya is currently in 8th place with the 1954 Jaguar XK120. The car is a classic beauty but looks like it's struggling to keep up with the pack. The race seems tight with a lot of close competition ahead. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Wolf's Light just overtook someone to take 8th. Lazy Towner is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly enjoying the moment. Mission Man is driving a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on E-Jet. They are currently in the middle of the pack, holding the 7th spot. Looks like they're just cruising along, not making any big moves yet. That's Alti Serena is driving a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than most others. The vintage street cars are all pretty close in lap times, so the track must favor their style. The slower lap times for some of the older models suggest handling and acceleration might be a challenge, but overall the car seems competitive. Wolf's Light just sneaked into 6th place. Wolf's Light and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 5th. The Heaper 7 is climbing up to 11. Ablaze is closing in fast on Red Panda in NE4, cutting the gap by 14.2 seconds. Wolf's Light has climbed 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Wow! Lazy Towner actually finished first? Guess all that lounging paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Lazy Towner really pulled off quite the feat today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's a triple crown of racing mastery. I guess they're not just lazy, they're a racing genius in disguise. Congrats to them! Did you know that the 1998 TV, R Speed 12 GTS, was a car that was basically built for speed, and nothing else? It had a V12 engine that was so powerful, it was almost like a rocket on wheels. But here they made yadi myself. He sees me along today. But I don't can see to Antonin Damtamar was famous for me or was phased out. But most of knows there's a long for. What drive the Pizzaggi are the most practical or comfortable. So, if you ever look at one, just remember you're looking at a car that was basically a rolling adrenaline rush that could leave your hair standing on end. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, what a matchup we have here. On one side, we've got Screwchamp in a 2004 Porsche Carrera GT-R, which is known for its agility and precision. On the other, Amy's in a 24 Chrysler Viper GTS-R, which is all about straight-line speed and raw power. Given this circuit, which I assume has a mix of corners and long straights, I'd probably put my money on Screwchamp for the win. Porsches tend to handle those twisty bits better, especially with that kind of agility. But don't count Amy out entirely. If she can put that Viper's raw power to good use on the straights, she might just surprise us. Either way, it's going to be a close and exciting race. Let's see whose driving skills and car choices come out on top. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Camino Viejo de Montserrat with the GTR class. The user Cheryl Miroses is on pole in a classic 2003 Alzen Porsche 999 6-bit turbo output. Let's see if that old beauty can hold the lead, or if the modern cars will breeze past. Cheryl Miroses has taken an early lead. Brandigan is hot on his tail in second. An iconic Odd is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mr. Roche is climbing nicely to 7th place. Cap Holster and Maya are nose-to-nose for 9th. Caffeinated cars gaining ground to 12th. Nikki is trying to hold off Screwchamp for 4th place. Cap Holster and Maya are still neck and neck for 9th. Beats with Kif and Cap Holster are fighting hard for 10th. Brandigan just snatched the lead from Cheryl Mazirozis. Cheryl Mazirozis and Brandigan are nose to nose for the top spot. Scroogechamp is climbing up to 4th place, inching closer to the front. Cap Holster just gained a spot to take 10th place. Caffeinated Car moved up to 12th. Someone and Wolf's Light are nose to nose fighting for 16th. Amy is currently in 6th place with a 2004 Chrysler Viper GTS R. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy is making a move up to 4th place. Scroogechamp and Amy are nose to nose for 4th. Mr. Roche and Reinecke are locked in a close fight for 6th. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 6th place. Beats with Kev has moved into 10th. Silent Fox, 213 is now in 20th. Mr. Roche is driving a 2006 Aston Martin DBR9. He's currently in 7th place, just behind the leader, has a fastest lap of 8.735. Looks like he's holding steady but not making big moves. Scroogechamp is climbing up to 4th place. The battle for 3rd between Scroogechamp and Iconic Odd is heating up. Betsma is sneaking into 8th place. Scroogechamp is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy and Iconic Odd are still neck and neck for 4th. Oakslow Faye making the move to 14th. Iconic Odd is now in 3rd place. Amy has also gained 1 position and is now in 4th. Betsma and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for 6th place. Gavadaven and Emerald Tick 498 are locked in a fierce scrap for 19th. Wolf's Light and H2 Hova are nose to tail for 15th place. So Dops and Silent Fox, Yuan Shiny and Shokin are locked in a fierce fight for 21st. Skozarobs is climbing up to 21st place now. Harik, Gavaliban and Skozarobs are nose to tail for that same spot. Looks like a close one. Emerald Tick 388 is driving a 2014 Norma M20SC. A lightweight, ultralight, Delta. They're currently in 21st place, struggling a bit with a lap time of nearly 10 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Well, look at that. Brandigan took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Zap Brandigan took the win. Congratulations on that impressive drive. Looks like you really outpaced the competition today. And great news for Amy. Since you won the bet race, you get to claim that sleek 2004 Chrysler Viper GTSR. Hope you enjoy cruising in that beauty. Keep the wins coming, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Sepang is known for its high-speed corners and long straights, so a car that can maintain grip through those sharp turns while also having good top speed on the straightaways would be ideal. Acceleration and braking are also key, especially for those technical sections, but without a solid foundation of handling, even the fastest car might struggle here. Alright everyone, the clock's running out, so make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the next big AI racing champion. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Tails Australia, with the 2015 Ford Mustang GT, a car known for its muscle and raw power. On the other side, Helskank with a 2011 BMW 1M, which is lighter, more agile, and probably a little more nimble around those corners. If the race was all about straight-line speed, I'd give the edge to Tails Australia, because the Mustang's got that big V8 under the hood. But since Sepang is a track that demands finesse and cornering skills, Hellskank's BMW might just have the upper hand with its handling and balance. So, my bet? It's a close call, but I'd lean towards Hellskank's BMW pulling ahead in the tight turns. Still, it's anyone's race until they cross the finish line. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Sepang with the slow cars class. Maya's leading the pack in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position or if the faster bots will catch up. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amos Gordon in second, and Neo Texum in third. Looks like a tight start already. Neo Texum just overtook someone and is now in second place. Maya is right behind, ready to pounce. Grampy Sheriff is climbing up to third, but still a bit behind the front runners. Nico Broadcast is charging through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cherogamarazach is also making moves, climbing 3 spots to 9th. Neotexum is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 position to lead the race. Cherogamarazach is climbing fast into 7th place. Hellskank is making a move into 9th. Gliding Penguin is also advancing into 10th. Looks like some aggressive overtaking happening. Grampy and Maya are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Tales of Streli and Imus Gordon are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Cherogamarazach just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Tales of Streli is climbing up to 4th place. Cherogamarazach is also moving up to 5th. Gangti Tapsumbong 6 and Nickel Broadcast are locked in a tight fight for 7th. Cherogamarazach is climbing fast into 3rd place. Grampy Urif and Zach are nose-to-nose for that spot. Nickel Broadcast is inching up to 6th. Cherogamarazach just snuck into 2nd place. Grampy Urif and I are still nose-to-nose for 3rd. Wenti Tapsumbong 6 is inching up to 6th. Cherogamarazach is gaining on Neotexum, closing the gap by over a second. Grampy Urif is climbing up to 3rd place. Tales of Streli is also moving up to 4th. Cherogamarazach is now in 1st place. Maya and Tales of Streli are still neck and neck for 4th. Gliding Penguin climbs to 9th. Neotexum is leading in a modern Ford Mustang G that started 3rd. Looks like they're making the most of the track and holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably. Gliding Penguin is driving a 2003 Spiker C8 Lovulette, a rare and exotic choice. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not challenging the leaders. Looks like a quiet race for now. Wenti Tapsumbong 6 is climbing to 5th place. Tales of Streli and Wenti Tapsumbong X are fighting hard for 4th. Kingrut has moved up to 10th. Amy is currently in 14th place, with a 2000 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Looks like she's stuck in the middle of the pack, and hasn't made any moves yet. Maya is leading the race in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. Looks like she's holding her position well. No sign of trouble so far. The race seems pretty stable for now. Wow. Cherogamarazach took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing. Well done. Wow. Gamersak really went all out to secure that triple crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's like winning 3 tournaments in one game. Congratulations to them. They definitely earned that victory and proved they're a force to be reckoned with in the racing world. Sure. The 2017 Renault Megane Trophy was basically a race car built for the track. But what's pretty fun is that it was designed to be as close to the real racing experience as possible. It has a 3-liter V6 engine producing around 330 horsepower, which means it can really fly. Basically, it's like giving a regular car a shot of adrenaline and sending it straight to the raceway. Well, since we don't know much about these drivers, it's really a race of pure mystery and luck. Both of them are probably equally skilled or clueless, so this could go either way. I'd say the one who manages to keep their cool and avoid crashing into the scenery might just sneak out on top. Honestly, it's a coin flip at this point. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuito International de Villarreal, and Squat Bender is starting on pole in the 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others have plans to spoil the party. Squat Bender has shot off the line to take the lead. Arui Serial is right behind in second place, and Plat Numera is holding strong in third. Looks like a close battle already shaping up. Yabu Arwamda is climbing up to third place. Lokjun 7 has also gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Chimagishat and Lokjun 7 are nose to tail for 5th place. Mighty Chunk advances to 7th place. G-Master Te Gamernin 1000 climbs to 11th. G-Master Te Gamernin 1000 Wolf of Eco are nose to nose for 10th. Aisley just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Aisley and Gij Magacat are nose to nose for 6th. This is getting spicy. Mighty Chunk just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Aisley and Mighty Chunk are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Beef Sliders and Exley are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 11. X Ragnaroks also moved up 1 spot to 12. Maya is currently in the lead with a comfortable gap. Amy and Cirorelia are still neck and neck for the 14th spot. Agvaithi and Famaka are trading positions for the 19th place. Looks like a real drag race back there. Waffling Godders is now in 15th place. Vargala Svet has climbed to 16. Scorched Log is now in 17th. Looks like some steady progress. Yaboy Rwanda is in 3rd place, driving a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Their race looks steady, but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Maya and Wolf of Eco are nose to tail in the fight for 10th place. Vargala Svet is climbing up to 15th. Scorched Log is also advancing, now in 16th. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Ace Ragnaroks is also gaining ground, now 11th. Zurorelia and Gymasta Thigamanin 1000 are nose to nose for 13th. Looks like a battle for the ages. Waffling Godders is gaining ground on Gymasta Thigamanin 1000, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Cirorelia just moved up 1 spot to 13. Amy is closing in on Agvaithi, narrowing the distance by over 3 seconds. Aisley just moved up to 7th place. Beef Sliders is gaining on Mighty Chunk, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yagnarox is hot on my tail, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Wolf of Echo is in 9th place with a Renault Megane Trophy. Their fastest lap is not recorded yet, so they might be holding back or struggling to find pace. Vargala Svet is in the 16th place with a time of 99 minutes and 99 seconds, which suggests they are way off the pace and likely struggling or stuck. Their race doesn't look promising so far. Maya is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bameka is inching closer to Scorched Log, cutting the distance by 140 seconds. Agvaithi just overtook someone to move up to 18th place. Bameka and Agvaithi are nose to nose for that same spot. Waffling Godders is in 15th place, with a lap time of 2 minutes 16 seconds and a little change. Looks like they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the world on fire. Lokchan 7 is holding a solid 5th place, but Mighty Chunk is stuck in 8th and struggling with a much slower lap time. Looks like Lokchan 7 has the edge for now. Squat Bender is in 5th place, driving a Renault Megane Trophy. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead. Congratulations to Squat Bender on winning the race at Circuito International de Vila Real. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, your boy Rwanda really crushed it out there. Big congratulations to them for taking the top spot. They must have some serious AI driving skills. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the circuit Polar Magnet, I'd probably go with the 1966 Porsche 906. It's got the classic racing pedigree and should handle those winding curves pretty well. The others are interesting vintage choices, but that Porsche just screams agility and speed for a track like this. Alright. This is quite the vintage showdown. The Lola T290 from 1972 has that classic, raw racing charm. But it's not exactly the latest technology on the block. On the other hand, the Nissan R380, a 2 from 1967, is a legendary piece of Japanese racing history, but is also quite the old-timer. Given the circuit's twists and turns, I'd say the Nissan might have a slight edge because of its aerodynamic design and the reputation of the R380 series. But then again, the Lola T290 has that unpredictable charm, so I wouldn't count it out just yet. Honestly, it's a toss-up. I'd put my money on the Nissan, but don't get too comfortable if the Lola pulls a surprise. This race is about to get interesting. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Circuit Paul Armagnac, and leading the pack is Justin 8D, in a vintage 1967 Nissan R380-2. Looks like he started strong, but let's see if he can keep up that pace. Just Sanet has taken an early lead. T-Bone is right behind in second, and Wolf of Echo is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. T-Bone just snuck into the lead, overtaking Just Hanet Vive. They're nose to nose for the top spot. Amy is climbing up to fifth. Not bad at all. Georgina Miracles just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya and Georgina Miracles are nose to nose for that spot. Vargala Svet is climbing up to 16th. Justanetvez is now in 1st place. T-Bom and Justanetiv are battling for the lead. Georgina Miracles has moved up to 5th place. T-Bone just snatched the lead from the front. Amy is closing in on the top 5. Lemon Cult Games is creeping up to the top 10. Lemon Cult Games and PayCar are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Yasnin96 climbs to 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing in on Lemon Cult Games, now just 3.4 seconds behind. The battle for 11th place is heating up between those two. Ice is climbing up the ranks now in 7th place. Ice and Maya are nose to tail for 6th. Yasnin 196 and Ice are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Ike's Basic Switch is climbing to 16th place. Imogen Tempus is catching up to 18. Looks like some steady gains. Diogo and Miracles and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Yasmin96 is closing in on Ice, chopping the gap by a second and a half. Basic Switch is climbing up to 15th place, gaining 1 spot. Diogo Miracles and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Lemon Cult Games has gained a spot and is now 10. Crazy Sweetbutt has also moved up 1 spot to 11. Tugonnet DTV is driving a vintage Chinook Mark II from 1966. Their race looks steady so far, holding the 4th place with no major drama. Garuvanen is driving a 1973 Porsche 911 RS, a classic with a reputation for sharp handling. Their race looks like a quiet cruise so far, sitting in the middle of the Group 3 pack with no notable moves. Maya and Diogo Miracles are nose to tail for 6th place. Vargala Svet just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Iron Cross Wooden Cross and Vargala Svet are battling hard for the same 12th position. Maya just overtook for 5th place. Looks like the race is heating up between Maya and Amy. Diogo Miracles and Maya are still locked in a close fight for 6th. Maya is now in 5th place, closing in on the leaders. Justin Gilix and Frank Wardy are nose to tail for 18th. Congratulations to T-Bone on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, T-Boom really went all out, didn't they? Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is like collecting all the racing trophies in one go. Big congratulations to them. That's some seriously impressive driving. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. The Bernese Alps Festival has lots of winding curves and elevation changes, so a car that can grip the road and stay steady around tight corners would have an advantage. Acceleration and top speed are nice, but if your car can't handle those mountain switchbacks smoothly, you're not going to be winning any races here. It's all about finesse and control on this one. Alright. So we have Cloudy, taking the wheel of a 2011 Zytek C11 SN, and Justin Glux, in a 2010 Oreca FLM09. Both are solid choices, but the Zytek is known for its endurance and reliability, while the Oreca has a bit more sprinting prowess. The Bernese Alps Festival track can be tricky with those tight turns and scenic but challenging elevation changes. If Cloudy can handle the Zytek's slightly older tech and focus on maintaining a steady pace, that car's endurance could be a huge advantage. On the other hand, Justin's Oreca might try to blitz through the straights and make up ground with a quick burst. My bet is on the Zytek, unless Justin finds a way to exploit a straight or two. Either way, it's going to be a close call and fun to watch. Alright everyone, Maya here, and I'm starting on pole with the classic 2010 Oreca FLM09 in the LMP3 class at the Bernese Alps Festival. Let's see if I can hold on to this lead or if the AI has other plans. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Cloudy right behind in second, and Maya holding on to third. Looks like a close start already. T-Bone just sneaked into fourth place. Abomzi's climbing fast, now in ninth. Francorti and Bacho Grande are nose to nose for 10th. Maya is now in second place, climbing one spot. Justin Gilks has moved up to fourth, also gaining one position. Eskis is in fifth after a similar move forward. Maya just overtook for the lead, claiming the top spot. Amy and Maya are nose to nose, both fighting for the first place. Nahokaos is climbing up to 7th, making a nice move. Justin Gilks is now in third place, climbing one spot. Fesky's also moving up one spot into fourth. T-Bomb is making a move into eighth place, climbing one spot. Justin Gilks just moved up one spot to take second place. Fesky's and Amy are nose to nose for third. Cherofa Kitten and Wrath 92 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Fesky's is holding off Amy by a car length. Tranquility and Abamzi are nose to tail for 9. Metrixco and Bacho Grande are swapping positions every corner. Fesky's is climbing to third place. Official Classy Live is chipping away at Cloudy's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Tranquility is making a move to 9. Tranquility is climbing fast into 7th place. Abamzi is also making moves into 8th. Metrixco is inching up into 10th. Looks like some aggressive positioning happening. Nahokawa's dropping back to 16th place. Looks like the chaos is sticking around. T-Bomb losing ground to 17. Maybe the pressure's getting to them. Official Classy Live inching closer to Cloudy, closing the gap by just over a second. Who's going to blink first? Official Classy Live and Cloudy are nose to nose for 5th place. Matrixco and Abamzi are locked in a fierce fight for 8. T-Bomb just climbed one spot to 16. Metrixco is climbing up to 8th place. Tokidokibre is advancing to 14. Who's next to make a move? Maya is moving up to 5th place. T-Bomb is closing the gap on Wrath 92. Getting closer by almost 2 seconds. The Alpine twists are definitely shaking up the order with those fast lap times from the front runners. The tight corners seem to favor the experienced drivers, while the slower lap times for some suggest the track's challenging nature is causing overtaking struggles. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win. Guess all those practice runs finally paid off. Well done. Wow, Maya taking the win. That was an impressive display of racing skills, even if it's just AI. Looks like all that virtual practice paid off. Congratulations, Maya. You really drove that race to the finish line. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability since Nonstop has tight corners and requires precise control. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those curves smoothly and quickly will make a real difference. Acceleration also matters a lot because the straights are short, so a car that shoots out of corners efficiently will have an edge. Overall, a balanced combination of agility and quick acceleration would be the sweet spot for performing well on this track. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your top driver. Wow, what an interesting matchup. We have Cliffzone in a 2005 Honda NSX-R GT, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. On the other hand, Grampy Jurf is behind a 2011 Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG, which is all about power and luxury. Considering Nonstop's twists and turns, I'd say the Honda's handling might give it an edge in tight corners. But then again, the Mercedes' raw horsepower could make it a threat on straightaways if it manages to stay in control. If I had to make a prediction, I'd lean slightly towards the Honda because its size and agility could help it navigate the track better overall. But don't count out that AMG's brutal acceleration. This one's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway and Nonstop and Van Haas 17 is starting on pole in a classic 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560. EC looks like we're in for some fancy vintage action today. Team Tinatia is leading the race, followed closely by Van Haas 17 in second place. Cliffzone is currently in third, trying to keep up. Betsma is charging through the field now in fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Grampy Jurf has climbed 2 spots to second. Cliffzone and Betsma are nose to tail, fighting hard for fourth place. Betsma is climbing to third place. Boart is now in 7th. Alan 656 and I are nose to nose for 10th. Van Haas 17 is driving a retro street car, a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560 AC. They started in the lead and are currently holding 5th place. The race looks tight with a lot of close competition. Oscar Wolf is making a quick climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Cliffzone is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4. Decao de Cuerdo is also on the rise, climbing 1 position to 5. Bozzo is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Buat is climbing up to 6th place, and I'm sneaking into 7th, climbing 2 spots. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Josh Biosh has moved into 8th. Miku Brokast is now in 10th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Vina 17 is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560C, a classic luxury coupe Piway. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in 10th place with no notable moves yet. The chaotic weirdo just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Maya is gaining on Cliffzone, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Nico Broadcast is also closing in on Vina 17, matching the same pace. The chaotic weirdo is really chipping away at Betsmar's lead, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Nico Broadcast is climbing up to 9th place, making some moves. Cliffzone is driving a 2005 Honda NSX GT, a car known for its agility and balanced handling. They are currently in 6th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling a bit compared to the top contenders. Team Tinatea is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Grampydurf is gaining on Team Tinatea, closing the gap by 2 seconds. The chaotic weirdo is inching closer to Betsmar, cutting the distance by just over 1 second. Grampydurf is inching closer to Team Tinatea, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Oscar Wolf and Aetherplasm are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Then Hess 17 is driving a retro street car, a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560C. They're currently in the last place, and quite a bit off the pace, with a lap time over 1 minute slower than the leaders. Looks like a leisurely cruise for them. The chaotic weirdo is gaining on Betsmart, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Oscar Wolf is hot on Vina 17's tail, making it a tight battle for the next few positions. Wow, Team Tinatea really pulled off a stunning victory. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Well done. Wow. Team Tenatia took the victory. Great job to all the drivers. You guys really kept us on the edge of our seats. And for Maya, with the most overtakes under her belt, you get to claim a 2016 Bugatti Chiron. That's quite the prize for your impressive racing skills. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are like the featherweights of the racing world? They are incredibly lightweight, which means they can accelerate and maneuver with a level of agility that even some modern supercars envy. It's almost like watching a tiny rocket zoom around the track. So, in the world of racing, these little guys definitely punch above their weight class. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. I mean, a 1966. Chinook Mark II against a 1972 Lola T290. Both classics but very different eras of racing. The Chinook looks charming, like it belongs in a history book, while the Lola seems more like a serious contender with that sleek design. But when it comes to Ennepergusa, the track favors agility and handling over raw age and style. My bet is on Husky Hog and the Lola T290. It's a bit newer, and that could give it an edge in those tight turns. Diagichet's Chinook might have the nostalgia factor, but I think the Lola will take the win. Let's see if that vintage charm can defy the odds. Alright folks, the race is underway at Ennepergusa. Leading the pack is the vintage ultralights class with Neo Texum and a classic 1966 Porsche 906 on pole. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern rivals. Neo Texum is leading the race, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, and Husky Hog is in third. Looks like a close battle already. Husky Hog is climbing up to second place. Rosegol Gaming is also moving up, now in ninth. Michael Broadcast and Rosegol Gaming are nose to nose for ninth. Aurelia and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Mayhill Broadcast just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Mayhill Broadcast and Yongen Store 202 are fighting hard for 8th. Aurelia and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Jordan F is climbing up to 10th. Mir Muidar is sneaking into 15th. Aurelia is climbing up to 6th place. Yongdan Store 202 is narrowing the gap to Mr. Wolf J by 1.7 seconds. Dongnut Song 3 is advancing to 11th place. Maya and Djmagishat are neck and neck for 4th place. The award is climbing 2 spots to 11. Muida is advancing 1 spot to 13. Dongetson 3 is on a tear, climbing 10 spots to sit in 5th place. Maya just nudged up 1 position to 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Djmagishat is climbing to 4th place. Zero Aurelia is now in 6th. Mr. Wolf J has moved into 7th. The Oart is climbing up to 11th place. Rosé Godgaming is now 12th place. Mirmuidar is sneaking into 13th place. Mirmuidar is climbing up to 12th place. Dongetson the 3 is chipping away at Fish the Husky's lead, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Mirmuidar is climbing up to 11th place. Bio Art and Mirmuidar are nose to nose for that same spot. Dongetson the 3 is chipping away at Fish the Husky's lead, now just 2 seconds behind. Rosé Godgaming is almost on Bioart's tail now. Dongetson 3 is gaining on Fish the Husky quickly. Amy is currently in 3rd place with her vintage Porsche 906. She's holding steady but not gaining on the leaders. Looks like she's keeping it smooth for now. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 6th place. Rosé Godgaming is gaining on Bioart, cutting the gap by over a second and a third. Dongetson 3 is hot on Fish the Husky's tail, closing in by 3.4 seconds. Husky Hawk is really pushing to catch Neotexum, closing the gap by over a second. Zeroria just made a move up to 6th place. Looks like she's on a roll. Zeroria is driving a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco, a classic British racing car door type. They're currently in 7th place, and have been consistently quick with a best lap of 1:56.35. Looks like steady progress, but still a bit behind the leaders. Maya and Djmagishat are neck and neck for 4th place. Rosé Godgaming is closing in on Bioart, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Maya just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Djmagishat and Maya are nose to nose for that position. Dongetson 3 is chipping away at Fish the Husky's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Congratulations to Neotexum on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to take the lead and leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Hey neighbor, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready to watch these AI cars race like their lives depend on it. Wow, Neotexum really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on that win. You clearly have the skills to beat the rest of the pack. Looks like all those hours of racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1967 Ferrari 312. It's got a pretty legendary reputation for being swift and reliable in its era. Although the Eagle Mark 1 T1G looks like it means business with that sleek design, I'd give the edge to the Ferrari for its racing pedigree and speed on circuits like Riverside. Besides, with such a lineup, it's all about who can navigate those twists and turns the fastest, and the Ferrari's got the history to back it up. Wow, this is quite the mystery race, with neither having a bit of experience under their belt. Even if the wins are few, I'd probably lean towards them just because they seem to know their way around a racetrack. Dominance on 3 might be the wild card, which could be exciting or disastrous. But if I had to put my chips down, I'd say Naide has the edge for now. Let's see if they can prove the stats right, or if Dongers on 3 comes out of nowhere to shake things up. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Riverside Spike, and Jade Aimburn is on pole with that classic 1967 BRMP 83. Looks like he's got a head start, but let's see if any of these AI cars can catch up and overtake. Jade Aimburn takes an early lead, Cloudy is right behind in second, and Fruzo is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Forzo is now in second place. Shattered Pixel has climbed to 9. A Better Globe is in 11. The race is heating up. Waldo and Toadette the Kitty are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Dongarts on 3 is sneaking into 12th, inching closer to the top 20. Naida is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dr. Keith Sapaway is also making moves, climbing 3 spots to 11th. Shattered Pixel has advanced 1 position to 8th. The battle for 7th is heating up between Shattered Pixel and Toadette the Kitty, with both pushing hard. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 7th place. Toadette the Kitty and Shattered Pixel are nose-to-nose for 7th. Axton Hits is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 13th. Axton Hits and Tacnesty are battling for 12th. Looks like a close one. Abitablok is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Dongnets on the 3 is right behind, also moving up 4 spots to 11th. Shattered Pixel is having a rough time, dropping 6 positions to 13th. Starvix is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 13. Axton Hits is sneaking up 2 spots to 12. Taknesty is also making moves up 1 spot to 14. The Riverside Spike seems to favor the top contenders with stable positions, but the tight pack behind suggests the track's challenging corners might be causing some overtaking opportunities. Toadette the Kitty just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Toadette the Kitty and K-Zoomer Girl are nose to nose for 5th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and Taknesty are neck and neck for 14th. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Waldo is closing in on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Waldo and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are battling it out for 15th place. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Kazuma Girl has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Silver Girl is in a McLaren M5A, starting 5th and currently in 4th. Looks like she's holding her position well with a decent lap time of 1:28.303. Dr. Keep Appleway is driving a BRMP 83 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit quicker than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Dongrits on 3 and a Better Bloke are nose to tail for 10th place. Iron Cross, a Wooden Cross and Taknesty are locked in a close fight for 14th. Dongrits on 3 and a Better Bloke are nose to tail for 10th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is climbing up to 14th, 1 spot at a time. Axton Hits is gaining on Dongrits on 3, closing the gap to just over a second. Waldo is hot on Taknesty's heels, also making up ground. Taknesty is racing a Matra MS7, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. Looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap time and a position in the middle of the pack. Wow, JD Anburn, you really sped to the finish line. Congratulations on the win. Wow, JD Anburn really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on the victory. You drove that race like a pro. Now, for the lucky one who won the bet race, Naibi, you can now claim the classic 1967 Lotus 49. A legendary car for a legendary win. Sure thing. The 1966 Lotus Cortina was actually a pretty big deal because it was one of the first cars to blend the racing world with everyday street driving. It was built for racing but became a popular family car at the same time. Talk about a car that knew how to juggle two identities without breaking a sweat. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your picks before the countdown ends or you'll be stuck with whatever car is left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is shaping up to be a fun game of chance. The 1953 Fiat 800 EAA Supersonic is a classic, but in the hands of these unknowns, it's anyone's race. I'd lean towards the driver who's probably the least likely to panic when the car starts acting up. So, let's see who manages to keep their cool and maybe even surprise us all. Who do you guys think has the secret sauce? Alright folks, the race is underway at the Gold Coast track, and Zugstakat is starting on pole with their vintage 1962 Lincoln Continental. Looks like we're in for some slow and steady action from the old-timers today. Zugstakat has shot off the line into the lead. Brando Buster is holding second place, trying to keep up. Storyforge is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Dirok Official is climbing up to 9th place. SS Davin Games and Dirok Official are nose to nose for 9. The Critical Egg is advancing to 11th. Bilhal Guy and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Hermit Media just gained one spot to 19th. Oscar Sarot and Hermit Media are now battling it out for 19th position. Celestial Inari just moved up one spot to take 6th place. Okinabaka and Celestial Inari are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th. Lemon Cult Games is closing in on Okinabaka, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 7th place. Okinabaka and Lemon Cult Games are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy is making a move to 14th place. The Critical Egg is climbing up to 8th place. Hemit Media is now in 17th. Oscar is catching Wrath 92 fast, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Dirok Official and Okinabaka are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Story Forge is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Dirok Official has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 position. Filthy Old Guy is now in 14th place, inching forward by 1 spot. Celestial Inari is closing in on Grampy Jurf, cutting the gap by 1 second. Hermit Media just moved up 1 spot to 16. Jamasta Tagama 9,000 Hermit Media are now locked in a close fight for the same position. Filthy Old Guy is gaining on Silver Bee Gaming, closing the gap by over a second. Gamasta Tagama 9000 has moved up 1 spot to 16. Gamasta Tagama 9000 and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for 15th place. Lemon Cult Games is closing in on Celestial Inari, chipping away at the lead by 1.3 seconds. Direk Official is gaining on the Critical Egg, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gunmaster Tamer 9000 is climbing up the ranks, moving into 15th place. Celestial Inari is climbing to 5th place. Lemon Cult Games is also moving up to 6th. The Critical Egg and Grampy Jurf are nose-to-nose for 7th. Maya is closing in on Story Forge, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. The Critical Egg is climbing up to 7th place. Axton Hits and S7 Games are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Maya is currently in 4th place with the Lotus Cortina. Her lap time is slower than the leaders but consistent. Looks like she's holding her own in the vintage street car class. Axton Hits just gained 1 spot and is now in the 11th position. S7 Games and Axton Hits are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Lemon Cult Games just snuck into 5th place. Jamaster Tamer 9000 is climbing up to 12th. S7 Games and Jamaster The Gamer 9000 are nose-to-nose for 12th. Story Forge is closing in on Brando Buster quickly, just 1.4 seconds behind now. Lemon Cult Games is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The critical leg has moved up one spot and is now in 6th place. Celestia Linari is gaining on the critical leg, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Direct Official has moved up one spot to 8th place. Axton Hits is closing in on Okinabaka, reducing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Sukstakat is leading in a vintage 1962 Lincoln Continental, and they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. Brando Booster is right behind Sukstakat now. Lemon Cult Games has climbed to 4th place. Direct Official is gaining on Celestial Linari, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. The Critical Leg and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Okinabaka just slipped into 9th. Axton Hits is knocking on the door of 10th. Wow. Superstarcart really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the bunch now. Well done. Wow, Superstarcat really stole the show there. Congratulations. You must be feeling like a true racing legend now. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak next round. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Sportsland Sugo is known for its tight corners and elevation changes, so a car that can smoothly navigate through sharp turns and adapt quickly to the terrain is key. Speed is fun, but without the control to stay on the track, it's pretty much pointless. So, a car with great steering response and good suspension would be my top priority here. Alright folks, time to make your pick before it's too late. Get those decisions in or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Hurry up, we're almost out of time. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. The Pontiac Firebird from 1970 has that iconic muscle car vibe and might have the raw power advantage. But the Holden Torana, a 9X from 1977, is a little lighter and known for its agility and handling, especially on a tight track like Sportsland's Sugo. If the race leans more towards straight line speed, Amy might have the edge with the Firebird. But if handling and cornering matter more, Bufina 19's Holden might come out on top. Honestly, I'd put my chips on the Holden just because of its nimbleness, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Firebird surprises us with its sheer brute strength. It's a close call, but I'm leaning towards Bufina 19. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sportsland Sugo. Ashaneriton is starting on pole with the classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. Who's ready to see some vintage power in action? Ashaneriton is leading the race, followed closely by Junagothalides, who is trying to keep up. Rosaurus is in third place, already a bit behind the front runners. BioArt is climbing up to 7th place. Morningstar and BioArt are still neck and neck for 7th. Rex and Sarah has moved up to 9th place. Mighty Chunk and Bufina 19 are nose to tail for 5th place. Morningstar just gained 1 spot to 7th. Rexner and BioArt are locked in a close fight for 8th. Morningstar is climbing to 6th place. Tokidokibri is making a move to 11th. Bethrelina is pushing up to 17th. The race is heating up. Rundum 69 just nudged into 14th place. Shikomaru and Rundum 69 are nose to nose for that spot. Sikapal is climbing to 20th. He's got a tight fight with NNR Savage for 19th. Bethrelinen and Taknasty are locked in a tight battle for the 16th place. Zikapol is climbing up 1 spot to 19th. Vey 39 is also moving up 1 spot to 20th. Bufina 18 and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Bethrelane is climbing to 16th. The Empress is also on the move, now 17th. Bufin in 18 and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Zikapal just gained 1 spot to sit in 18th. V39 also moved up 1 position to 20th. BioArt is hot on Mighty Chunk's tail, now inching closer. V29 is gaining ground on Taknasty 2, closing the gap by just over a second. The F Empress is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair. They are currently in 18th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Kuwakachu and Tokidokibri are neck and neck for 11th place. Sikapal is gaining on the Empress, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tanbuducky TTV is right behind Sathul Hukachu now, just a blink away. Inner Savage is hot on VD39's tail, closing the distance fast. Buffini 19 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Buffini 19 are nose to nose for that spot. Mighty Chunk and Morningstar Soul are also swapping paint for 6th place. Rexnera is catching Bayouart, closing the gap by over a second. Maya is right behind Rexnera now, cutting the distance by more than a second. Cthulhu Kacho just moved up 1 spot to 11th place, making a little progress. Asheneriton is leading in a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss, with the fastest lap of 1:43.281. Looks like they're comfortably in front and setting the pace. Senra Savage is climbing up to 21st place. 39 and Enthanar Savage are nose to tail for that same spot. Rondon 69 is driving a 1963 Jaguar E-Type lightweight. They're currently in 15th place, a bit behind but still hanging in there. Rosaurus is holding a solid 3rd, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Fastest lap shows he's got some pace, but he needs to find a way to close the gap before the checkered flag. Morningstar Soul and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th place. The Actress just slipped into 16th, climbing 1 spot. Morningstar Soul is climbing up to 5th place. Rondon 69 is gaining on Tangaducky TTV, closing the gap by over a second. The 3-lane and the Asian M. Sampras are locked in a close fight for 16th. Cthulhu Kacho is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon. They're currently in 11th place, but their fastest lap is over 1:51, so they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Tokido Kibre is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the middle of Group 3, quite a way behind the leaders. Rex and Sarah and Mighty Chunk are neck and neck for 7th place. Maya and Biowart are locked in a close fight for 9th. No one giving an inch so far. Rex and Sarah just gained a spot and is now in 7th place. Mighty Chunk and Rex and Nira are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th position. Taknisty is closing in on Sikapal, cutting the gap by 7.8 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. The 3-Lenin and the Empress are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Beatty 39 just gained 1 position and is now 19th. Zikapal is driving a 1963 Jaguar E-Type, lightweight. A classic beauty known for its lightweight design and speed. Looks like Zikapal is struggling a bit. Currently in 19th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Ashinritan really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done on the win. Wow, Ashinritan took the crown. Great job there, you really outpaced everyone else. I guess all those hours of virtual racing paid off. Congratulations on the win. Sure thing. Did you know that Nonstop, now called Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, was originally built in 1961 and is famous for its incredible twisty layout that really tests a driver's skill and nerve? It's like the roller coaster of race tracks where the turns are so tight and fast, you'd think the cars are trying to out-wrestle the asphalt itself. And it's pretty much the playground for racing adrenaline junkies. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI cars battle it out on the track. Pick wisely, or you'll be stuck cheering for whatever's left at the end. Oh wow! That's quite the classic showdown at Nonstop. The Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet is a beast and has a reputation for speed and aggressive handling. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo T33 Longtail is known for its balance and finesse, especially in corners. If it comes down to raw power and straight-line speed, I'd probably give the edge to Amazon's Lola. But ultimately, the race might be decided by who handles the twists and turns better, which could favor Pumpkin Novgorodi's Alpha. It's going to be a close call, but I'd say the Lola might just squeak out ahead in this one, unless the Alpha surprises us all with some smooth moves. Alright, folks, the race kicks off at Mossport, and DJ Magacat is lining up on pole with a 1970 McLaren M6 GT. Should be a fun ride to watch this vintage beast tear through the track. Magacat has taken an early lead. Aminsan is holding on to second place, just ahead of Pumpkinopoulos in third. Looks like a close battle already. Pumpkinopoulos is climbing up to second place. Rob Swizzle is also moving up to 7th. Just Hanef and Starbucks are locked in a close fight for 9th. Aminsan just sneaked into second place. Vanona 1857 is right behind, trying to reclaim P3. Pumpkinopoulos and Vanoni 1857 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for that third spot. Justanev is climbing nicely to 7th place. Maya is pushing up to 10th. The battle for 9th is heating up between Maya and Amy. Rock Slizzle just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 9th. Looks like a little bump and grind coming up. Aminsan just sneaked into first place. Vanona 1857 is chipping away at DJ Magacat's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Vanona 1857 and DJ Magacat are locked in a fierce duel for second. Rob Swizzle is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is catching up to 7th. Maria Koblaich is now in 10th. Gliding Penguin is really having a tough time dropping to 19. Vanina 1857 and DJ Magacat are nose to nose for second place. Naiba is climbing up to 4th, inching closer to the top. Gliding Penguin is really having a rough time dropping to 27th place. Rob Swizzle is climbing steadily into the top 5. I am inching closer to Pumpkinopoulos and closing the gap by a second and a third. Baycorn is climbing up to 16th place. Tyler is making a move to 23. Kuo is climbing fast into the top 16. Except Enyabwa Rwanda are inching closer to the top 20. Looks like the race is heating up. Madjakoblaich just sneaked into 7th place. Autumn Thunderbird is inching closer to Baycorn and has cut the gap by over a second. Serotimelev is hot on Autumn Thunderbird's tail, closing in by a hefty 1.5 seconds. Maya is closing in on Amy for 8th place. Gliding Penguin is now just 1.5 seconds behind Stabagale Killams, so expect some action soon. Nadia Koblech and Pumpkin Ofglery are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Starbucks is climbing 2 spots to 8. Justin and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. Julia Kat is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by just over a second. Nadia Koblech and Pumpkin Ofglery are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Maya is climbing up to 9th, making a move. Just Jeanette and Amy are nose to tail for 10th place. Exception and Beats with Kev are locked in a close fight for 17. Starbucks is really having a rough time, dropping 11 places to 19. Medical Bleich is climbing steadily up to 6th place. And Maya is making a move up 2 spots into 7th. Wow, Amundsen just won the race? Looks like they're really good at this racing thing. Congratulations! Wow, amazing job! Amundsen really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on the win. That was a race to remember. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability, since Indianapolis Motor Speedway has those long straightaways followed by tight turns. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those curves smoothly will make or break your race. Acceleration and braking stability also play a big role here, because you'll want to maximize your exit speed from the corners. Overall, a car that balances straight-line speed with excellent agility will dominate on this track. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up! Hurry up and pick your favorite car before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven beauty takes the crown. Time's ticking, so make your selection now. Oh, this is a fun matchup. Both classic muscle cars from 1969, so it's really about which one handles the track better. The Pontiac GTO is known for its raw power and aggressive attitude, but the Shelby GT500 is often praised for its balance and straight-line speed. Indianapolis Motor Speedway isn't just about how much horsepower you have, but also how well the car can navigate those turns. It's a close call, but I'd give a slight edge to the Shelby GT500, because of its claimed agility and track prowess. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Indianapolis Moto Track, and leading the pack is Chris Gopher in a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi. He's starting on pole, and ready to make some vintage noise. Let's see if those classic wheels can hold the lead. Chris Gopher has taken an early lead. Sean is holding strong in second place. Rosaurus is currently in third, trying to keep up. Joey Pastrami is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Rex and Sarah and Rosaurus are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd. Next Boring Life just nudged into 5th, and is now eyeing Rex Nizera for 4th. Rosaurus just sneaked into 2nd place. A Special and Maya are nose to nose for 9th. Mighty Chunk is climbing to 11th. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place. Ear Special just gained 1 spot to 9th. Vanoni 1857 and Irie Special are nose-to-tail fighting for 8th. Maya and Ira Special are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Willow Shrub is chipping away at Platigami's lead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Mardico Bleich just sneaked up 1 spot to 17. Maya just overtook 2 cars to climb into 8th place. Vanona 1857 and Maya are still nose to tail for 8th. Meanwhile, Mighty Chunk and Air Special are locked in a close fight for 10th. Vanona 1857 just snuck into 8th place. Mighty Chunk is now in 10th. Platigami climbs to 12th. Looks like everyone's playing leapfrog today. Maya and Vanoni 1857 are nose to tail for 8th place. Platigami and Ira Special are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Lotusos is climbing up the field, now in 18th. Platigami is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Next Boring Life is really having a tough time, dropping back 13 spots. Imbus Platinum just nudged into 5th, inching closer to the front. Rex Nasira and Shran are nose to tail for 3rd place. Our Special is climbing 1 spot to 9th. Amy is making a 2-position jump to 11th. Imbus Platinum is closing in on Rex and Zera, cutting the gap by a full second. Willow Shrub and Magica Blake are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Looks like a battle for the ages. Special is climbing up to 8th place. Platigami and Special are still battling for that position. Amy is now in 10th place after moving up one spot. Imbus Platinum is climbing up to 4th place. Nyali Totip 98 is catching up to Bacho Grande, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Our Spatial is climbing to 7th place. Amy and Platigami are still locked in a close fight for 9. Willow Shrub is advancing to 11th. Maya just overtook someone to take 7th place. Yara Special is right behind her, so this battle is heating up. Amy has also gained a position and is now in 9th. Things are getting interesting up front. Imbus Platinum is climbing up to 3rd place. Basho Grande is catching Belthanathi Beast, closing the gap by over a second. Imbus Platinum is really closing in on Rosaurus, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya just climbed one spot to 6th place. Willow Shrub and Platigami are nose to nose for 10th. Rexnitzerer is climbing up to 4th place. Shron and Rexnitzerer are nose to nose for that spot. Special is also making a move, now in 7th. Imbus Platinum is now in 2nd place. Shron has moved up to 4th. Platigami is closing in on Amy and they are battling for 9th. Vanona 1857 is closing in on Marjako Bleich fast, just 5 seconds behind now. Willow Shroop has climbed one spot to 10th place. Belthanata Beast is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 14th. Imbus Platinum just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Rexnitzerer has moved up one spot to take 4th. Shron and Rexnitzerer are nose to tail fighting for the 4th position. Rexnitzerer is gaining on Rosaurus, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Asphyxia is catching Shron fast, reducing the distance by just over a second. Amy is climbing up to 8th place, making moves. Wow, look at that! Imbus Platinum just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice win! Wow, just Platinum crushed it. Big congratulations on that victory. You really drove away with it. And look at that, Maya here won the bet race. I'll be claiming that gorgeous 1969 Shelby GT 500. It's a beauty, perfect for cruising in style. Amy, you did the most overtakes. So you get yourself a 1970 Plymouth Superbird. That's a classic with some serious attitude. Great racing, everyone. Who's ready for the next round? If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Autosport Speedway oval circuit, I'd probably go with the 1970 Plymouth Superbird. It's got that notorious aerodynamic design made specifically for speed on ovals. Plus, with that big rear wing, it's practically begging to dominate the straightaways. The muscle cars are tough, but the Superbird's unique shape gives it an edge in slicing through the air. I'd say it's got a real shot at being the fastest in this lineup, especially on a circuit that favors pure speed over finesse. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. Make your choice before it's too late, or you might end up with whatever the AI decided for you. Hurry up and pick your champion. Ooh, this is quite the classic showdown. The Plymouth Superbird is known for its aerodynamic design and straight-line speed, thanks to that tall rear wing. The Dodge Charger Hemi, on the other hand, is a muscle car legend with a big, powerful engine that loves straightaways too. It's a tough call, but I'd lean slightly towards the Superbird because its design is optimized for speed on this oval track. Still, don't count out the Charger. Those Hemis pack a punch that can surprise us at any moment. Should be a fun race to watch. Alright, everyone. Looks like the Lescope Beam is on pole in that classic 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi, ready to kick off this vintage supercar showdown at Autosport Speedway. Buckle up, it's gonna be a fun ride. The Lescope Beam has shot off the line into the lead. Christopher is holding strong in second place, while Sadimojichamis is settling into third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Abomzi is climbing up to third place. Sadimojichamis and Abomzi are neck and neck for that spot. That Salty Serena is making a move, now in fifth. Sadimoji James just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like Sadimoji James and Kraiskov are nose to nose for second. And Sadimoji James is now battling Abomzi for third again? This race is a real game of musical chairs. That emoji James just sneaked into second place. That's Altizarena and Abomzi are still neck and neck for fourth. Amy and Dishonored Fox are trading paint for sixth. Zademoji James just snatched the lead, taking the top spot. Dishonored Fox is climbing fast, now 4 places ahead. The race for third is heating up with Dishonored Fox and Kreisgoffer nose to nose. Pondon is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9. Schmerzenlive is also making a charge, grabbing 3 positions to 12. Edzos 21 is sneaking up, overtaking 3 cars to 14. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in third place. Serena just overtook someone to move into fifth. Abomzi is inching closer to the top 6. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Morningstarsel just overtook Kreisgoffer for 7th. Amy and Dishonored Fox are still nose to nose for 3rd. Abomzi and That's Alti Serena are nose to nose for 5th place. Zachariah TV is chopping down the distance to Asha Nerton, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Amy just nudged into 3rd place. Dishonored Fox and Amy are nose to nose for that spot. Morningstarsel is climbing to 6th. Morningstarsel and That's Alti Serena are locked in a close fight for 5th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Morningstarsel and That's Alti Serena are still nose to nose for 5th. Princess Wildface is climbing up to 10th. Morningstarsel and That's Alti Serena are nose to tail for 5th place. Pondon just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Abomzi and Pondon are also fighting hard for 7th. Dishonored Fox and Belesco Bime are neck and neck for 3rd place. Pondon just gained a spot and is now 6th. Morningstarsel and Pondon are also fighting hard for 6th. Dishonored Fox just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Pondon is also climbing up to 5th. That's Alti Serena and Pondon are nose to nose for 5th place. That's Alti Serena and Pondon are nose to nose for 5th place. Princess Wildface and Nea Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 10th. Lux Ravenous is chipping away at Necrophantasm's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Zademoji James and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose, battling for 2nd. No overtakes yet, but things are heating up. Princess Wildface is climbing fast, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zademoji Jamis is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd place. Morningstarsel is also moving up, now in 4th place. Telescope Beim is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi and is currently in the lead. Looks like they're holding a solid advantage with a decent lap time of 18.358 t. The race seems to be pretty competitive behind them. Princess Wildface has climbed to 5th place. Christgopher has moved up to 8th place. Abomzi and Christgopher are nose to nose for 8th. Princess Wildface is now in 4th place. Abomzi has moved up to 8th. Schmerzen Live is gaining on Christgopher, closing the gap by a second. Colnetwy is just behind Emmer Pinkwolf, both in the top half of the field. If they keep it clean, a late move could be on the cards. Abomzi and Thatsalti Serena are nose to nose for 7th place. Christgopher and Abomzi are also fighting for 8th. Pinkwolf is climbing up to 10th. Then Pinkwolf and Christgopher are battling for 9th. Bonden and Morningstarsel are nose to nose for 5th place. Christgopher just sneaked up 2 spots to 7th. Now Pinkwolf is climbing 1 spot to 9th. Wow! Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow! Amy really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race and snagging that awesome vintage Shelby GT500. That car's a real beauty. Perfect for making a statement on the streets. Great job, Amy! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Magny-Cours circuit, I would go with the 1975 Ferrari 312. It's a classic for a reason, with a strong combination of speed and handling that could give it an edge on that track. The other cars are all fascinating, but the Ferrari's engineering and reputation might just make it the favorite to cross the finish line first. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Hurry up and get those choices in. Alright, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, it's like a race of the unknown. Since they're both in the same car, it really comes down to pure AI skill. or maybe a little bit of luck. I'd say it's a toss-up. But I might lean slightly towards the one who's just a tad more aggressive or daring around those corners. So, who do you think will come out on top? Pumpkin Flurry or Bilil? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Magny-Cours, and look at that. Diefers is on pole in a classic Tyrrell 07 from 1975. If you're into vintage F1, you're in for a treat today. The race kicks off with Diers leading the pack, followed closely by Timborghini Tube in second and Juan Vaquito in third. Looks like a tight start already. Pumpkin Flurry is climbing to 4th place. Wolf of Echo is also moving up to 7th. Billy and Wolf of Echo are nose to nose for 7th. Wanabakido and Timborghini Tube are nose to nose for 2nd place. Pumpkin Flurry and Wanabakido are also fighting hard for 3rd. Billy is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Billy and Arlocos are locked in a close duel for 6th. Billy is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Bujizero is making a strong push, now 7th. And Maya is storming through the field, now 8th after overtaking 6 cars. Maricus is on a roll, climbing 5 places to reach the 8th spot. Timborghini, Tuba, and Maya Sateo fighting for 8th place. RAF 92 just gained 1 position, now in 13th. Woodzo is now in 10th place. RAF 92 has climbed to 11. Amy is in 12th. Looks like everyone's making a move. Timborghini Tuba is driving a Hesketh 308B, starting in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Might want to wake up that car. Wanabakido is gaining on Pumpkin Flurry and has cut the gap by 1.8 seconds. Billy and Wanabakido are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Maricus is climbing up the field, moving 2 spots forward to take 12th. Maya is currently in 8th place, driving a Hesketh 308B. The race looks tight with her just a few spots behind the leaders. Maricus is driving the Williams FW04, a car known for its innovative aerodynamics and reliability. They are currently in 15th place, so it looks like the race is not going their way today. Lil Sprout is climbing fast, now in 12th place after passing 3 cars. Pumpkin of Flurry and D-Fizzards are nose-to-nose for the lead. Looks like a fierce duel. Warzo is closing in on Amy and chipping away at that gap. Maricus is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Mr. Wolf J is also moving up 2 spots to 13th place. Pumpkin of Glory is gaining on D-Fizzards, closing the gap by 1 second. They are locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Billy and Wannabe Kiddo are also neck and neck, battling for 3rd place. Pumpkin of Glory just took the lead. Billy and Wannabe Kiddo are still nose-to-nose for 3rd place. I am climbing up to 7th. Looks like I'm making a move. Arlocoast just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Wannabe Kiddo and Arlocoast are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Amy is chipping away at Timborghini Tube's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Arlocoast is driving a Hesketh 308B, a car known for its agility. They're currently in 5th place, close behind the leader, and their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the top contenders. Looks like a solid race for them so far. Maya is right behind Wolf of Eco now, closing the gap quickly. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Maricus, but still has a little way to go. Wolf of Eco has climbed to 5th place. Billy and Wolf of Eco are still neck and neck for that position. Maya is closing in on Billy, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Wolf of Eco is climbing fast into 3rd place. Billy and Arlocoast are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. I am closing in on Billy, cutting the gap by 1 second. Billy is driving a Shadow DN5, starting from 7th place. He's currently in 6th, so he's gained a spot. His fastest lap is 1:46.246, just behind Pumpkin of Flurry and Wolf of Eco. Looks like he's making some moves. Congratulations to Pumpkin of Glory on winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Well, deserved victory. Congratulations to Pumpkin of Glory on winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. And a big shout out to Maya for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself that vintage 1975 Hesketh 308B. Not bad at all for a day's work. A fun fact about the 1970 Dodge Challenger is that it was designed to be a direct competitor to the Ford Mustang and Chevrolet Camaro, but it actually became more of a muscle car icon than just a pony car. It was also one of the few cars at the time that had a wide variety of engines available, including a massive 426 Hemi, which made it a favorite among muscle car enthusiasts. So basically, it was like the Swiss Army knife of muscle cars. Powerful, versatile, and ready to steal the show. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't make me start assigning cars randomly, because I will. Oh wow! This is a classic battle of muscle cars from the Golden Age. The Pontiac Firebird from 1968 is known for its raw power and aggressive styling, while the AMC Javelin from 1970 has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and sporty for its time. Maldok's FTF's Firebird might have the edge in straight-line speed thanks to its powerful engine, but the Javelin could surprise us with better handling around the corners. Honestly, I think it's a close call, but I'd lean slightly towards the Firebird because of its reputation for dominance in muscle car races. But then again, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who actually takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race is heating up here at Okayama GP, and leading the pack on the very first lap is Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios in a vintage 1969 AMG Javelin. Looks like this classic is ready to show some old school dominance. Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios has shot off the line to take the lead. Ebony Shadow is holding strong in second place, and Amy is hanging tight in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Maya is slicing through the field, now in ninth place after overtaking 3 cars. Givensarogai is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Buchitsero is also on the move, up to 6th place. Donut Center 3 and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Gaming Tofai Cancer just gained a spot to 13th. Gasatura and Basenaz R2 are wheel to wheel for 16th. Amy just gained a spot to take second place. Ebony Shadow and Amy are nose to nose for second. Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing to 7th. Ebony Shadow is now in second place. Suchtakat has climbed to 17th. Its Therapara is in 18th. The race is heating up. Starks is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty known for its elegance and racing heritage. Looks like they're stuck in the back with the 25th position. Probably not the race they hoped for. Maya is holding steady in 12th. Not bad for starting from the back. Maldox HCF is just ahead in 11th, so it's a close fight. Looks like a tight finish is possible. Amy just gained a spot to take second place. Ebony Shadow and Amy are nose to tail fighting for second. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 7th. Ebony Shadow and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Maya just gained a spot and is now 9th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is also climbing, now in 12th. Even Surogai and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose for third place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Bunny Soft Doom are still locked in a close fight for 11th. Day Factor is climbing up to 20th place. Event Zero Guy is making a move up to 3rd place. Quiz 44 is closing in on Buchicero, shrinking the gap by over a second. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing to 11th. Amy is in 2nd place driving a 1968 Dodge Dart. She's close behind Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios and seems to be holding steady without much trouble so far. Donut is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Maya Dodogist. Maldox FDF is creeping up to 11th. Looks like a small scramble for the lower midfield. Caffeinated Car and Ebony Shadow are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Maya is climbing 2 spots to 8. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is inching up 1 spot to 10th. Buchicero and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 5th place. Donut 3 and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Gasatur is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Sasatur is really having a rough time dropping to 20. Maya is closing in on Quiz 44, cutting the gap by a second. Bunny Soft Doom is climbing up to 12th, and now he's in a tight fight with Dondredzon 3 for 11th. Maddox Feneliev just sneaked into the 12th place. Defactor and Velocitor 14 are neck and neck for 17th. Cessatur is chopping down Desi Chain's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. It's their Paris driving a 1966 Shelby GT 5050. They're currently in 17th place with a best lap time of 1:55.511. Looks like a steady but slow race so far. Caffeinated cars closing in on Ebony Shadow, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. They're locked in a fierce battle for 4th place. Meanwhile, Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing up one spot to take 8th. Wow! Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just took the win at Okayama GP. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Nice job! Congratulations to Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios on winning the race. Well done on pulling ahead and crossing the finish line first. Now on to the prize cars. Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the vintage 1968 Dodge Dart from the Trans Am series. Nice work! Keep it up, everyone, those cars are just waiting to be claimed. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Wakefield Park Circuit, I would go with the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196. It's a legendary F1 car known for its incredible engineering and raw speed during its era. Plus, its design was quite ahead of its time, giving it an edge on twisty circuits. The car's agility and power would really shine here, even against some pretty impressive vintage competition. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so don't miss your chance to make your selection. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, we've got a classic Ferrari versus a vintage Cooper. This is like watching history race itself, isn't it? The Ferrari 156F, one from 1961, is a pretty beast with a rich racing pedigree, designed for speed and agility. On the other hand, the Cooper T23 from 1953 has that adorable vintage charm, and might surprise us with some clever handling, but probably lacks the raw power of the Ferrari. I'd say Amy's Ferrari is likely to take the lead early on and stay ahead. But hey, never underestimate the charm and ingenuity of the vintage Cooper. Still, my bet's on the sleek, fast Ferrari to cross the finish line first. Alright everyone, Autumn Thunderbird is leading the pack with that classic 1953 Cooper T23 on pole at Wakefield Park. Looks like the vintage cars are showing some serious style and speed right from the start. Autumn Thunderbird has shot off the line and taken an early lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, keeping the pressure on. Lady 9 is sitting comfortably in third, just waiting for a mistake from the front runners. Smurf 20 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Amy is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. The Floats 84 is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 2nd place. Day 39 is climbing to 3rd place. Smurf 20 is gaining on Autumn Thunderbird, closing the gap by over a second. They are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Lady 9 is making a move and now leads the race. Smurf 20 and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to nose for 4th place. Architect and Lear Roussel are locked in a close fight for 7th. Smurf 20 is climbing to 4th place. Architect is now in 7th. And Maya is making her way to 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. The Critica Leg is racing a Ferrari 555 F1 from 1955. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making any moves yet. Wakefield Park's tight turns are making overtakes tricky, so positions are mostly staying stable. Maya is currently in 8th place with the 1960B RM P48. The car is known for its innovative design and handling. Looks like a steady race so far, no overtakes yet. Architect is climbing up to 6th place. Le Roussel and Vargala Svet are nose to nose for 7. Stank, it is driving a 1959 Aston Martin DBR 4250i. Looks like their race is not going well, with a lap time way off the pace and sitting in last place. Amy is holding a slight edge over the Futs 84, but the Futs 84 is closing in with a faster lap. Amy needs to keep it clean to stay ahead. Futs 84 might have a shot if they push on the next lap. Architect is driving a 1955 Connaught Type B. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 13.556, so they're holding their own. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Architect is now in 5th, making a nice climb. The critical leg just overtook someone for 6th, looking sharp. Amy is still chasing VD39 with a smaller gap now. Stan, it is driving a 1959 Aston Martin DBR 4250i. They're currently in 11th place, close behind the leader but not quite making a move yet. Looks like a steady race for now. Stankit is racing a 1959 Aston Martin DB R4250. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the top 10. Autumn Thunderbird climbs to 6th place. Lyricel advances to 8th. And Maya sneaks into 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Lyricel just gained a spot to 7th place. Maya is climbing to 9th. Stankit is closing in on LXHEXAS, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Vargastet is now in 9th. LXALXNutiet has also gained a spot and is in 10th. The race is heating up. Well, look at that. VD39 just took the checkered flag. Nice job, champ. Wow. VD39 really pulled through at the end. Big congrats to them. Now, as for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you crushed the bet race, and are now the proud owner of a 1961 Ferrari 156 F1. That's quite the vintage ride. Looks like fortunes are shifting in this crazy race of ours. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to pick your favorite car is about to run out. Hurry up before the AI picks for you. Don't want to miss out on the chance to root for your top racer. Well, look who decided to pop back in. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad you could join us for some high-speed AI madness. Hopefully your racing skills are better than your name suggests. Alright, this is a classic showdown. Rookie Viriki and the Williams FW17, a legendary and quite competitive car from the mid-90s, known for its agility and raw power. On the other side, the Empress is piloting a Syntex 951, which is a bit more of an underdog, not quite as polished or as fast in real-world racing history. Given the car choices, I'd say Rukimiriki's car probably has the edge in overall speed and handling at NOLA. The Williams FW17 was a top contender back in its day, and has the potential to dominate, especially with the right AI tuning. The Simtek S951 may have some surprises up its sleeve, but I think it'll be a tough fight for the Empress to pull off a win here. So, I'd put my chips on Rukimiriki to take the victory. But don't count out the Empress just yet. I can be unpredictable after all. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at NOLA Motorsports Park, and leading the way from the very start is Vinha17 in the pole position, piloting a 1995 Pacific PR02. Looks like they're set for an interesting race. Vinha17 is leading the race right now. Whip 3 out. 25 is right behind in second place. Akanoni's holding on to third place, trying not to lose touch. Whip 3 out 25, and Vinha17 are nose to tail for the lead. Neotexum just snuck into the top 5, looking to climb higher. Mighty Chunk and Amy are swapping positions in a close fight for 7th. Deplorably, Apple is making a move, climbing to 14. Raineki is also on the rise, now in 16. With 3 out 25 is holding strong at the front, leading by a nose. Amy is currently in 7th place, driving a Tyrrell 023. Looks like she's holding her ground but not quite making a move forward. The Empress is driving a Simtex 951. They are currently in the 17th place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle so far. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 7th place. Deplorably, Apple and Boof19 are nose to nose for 13. Raineki is inching into 15th. Akanone and Vinha17 are neck and neck for 2nd place. Agrides 34 and Raineki are locked in a close fight for 15. Akanone just snuck into 2nd place. Abeta Bloke and Vinha17 are nose to nose for 3rd. Maya is climbing to 8th, making a little progress. Abeta Bloke and Vinha17 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Neotexum and Abeta Bloke are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Agrids 34 just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Neotexum just overtook someone to take 4th place. Neotexum and Vinha17 are nose to nose for 3rd. Lady Gami and Rukimiriki are locked in a close fight for 10th. Neotexum is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Vinha17 and Neotexum are nose to nose fighting for 3rd. Rukimiriki has moved up 1 spot to 9th. Neotexum is driving a Tyrrell 023. They're currently in third place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 27 seconds, which is pretty competitive. Their race looks steady so far. Alberto Bloch is driving a Ferrari 412 T2 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 29 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Wow, Whip Throughout 25 must be practicing some serious magic. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Whip 3 out 25 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations to them for an impressive race. Now for the drivers ready to claim their cars. Deplorably Apple, you just tore up the track with the most overtakes. You get to add a classic to your collection. The 1995 Benetton B195. Well done! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Spa Vintage has those classic twists and turns that really test a car's agility and grip. Speed is fun, but if the car can't carve through those corners smoothly, you're just going to lose precious seconds. So, a car with sharp steering, good balance, and reliable brakes would really shine here. That way, the driver can maintain momentum and keep it competitive through those challenging bends. Alright, so we've got a guy with no racing history versus someone who's clearly struggling to find their winning streak. Honestly, I'd bet on the mystery driver just because the other one is sitting with a 0 in the win column after 5 races. Maybe they're just here for the scenic drive, who knows? But given the stats, I'd say the unknown might surprise us and come out ahead. Or at least, that's what I'd hope, so I can keep the entertainment level high. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Spa Vintage, and Amy is sitting pretty on pole position in a 2021 Ford Mustang, ready to burn some rubber. Let's see if she can hold that lid. Ciro Timiliad has shot off the line to take an early lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Berrier is in third, already applying pressure. Billy is now in first place, climbing 2 spots. Amy and Biloj are nose to nose for the lead. Serotimaev and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for second. Nercus and Wild Cavanone are nose to tail for 5th place. Wannabe just sneaked into 7th, climbing 1 spot. Zero Team Live and Amy are still locked in that fierce fight for 2nd. Orange Funk is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 15. Nericus just nudged into 5th. Avidraino gained 1 spot to 14. Looks like a Wild Reno and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to nose for 13th. Ashaneriton just overtook someone to take 8th place. Looks like the battle for 8th is heating up with Maya and Ashaneriton neck and neck. Orange Funk is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. The fight for 13th between Orange Funk and Cloud Surfer 69 is getting intense. Wild Cavanona and Nericus are nose to tail for 5th place. Kingshoot 22 and Maya are locked in a close fight for 9th. Orange Funk is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 12th. Kingshoot 22 and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Deplorable and Kingshoot 22 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Avidriino is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Avidriino and Iris Special are battling tightly for 13th. Ashanariton advances to 7th place. Deplorable climbs to 10th. Avidriino moves up to 13. Lockgen 7 advances to 16th place. Lockgen 7 and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to nose for 15. Sputnik NZ moves up to 18th place. Kingshoot 22 just climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Cloud Surfer 69 and Iris Special are nose to nose for 14th. Kyosify is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 17th. Nericus just grabbed the 4th place, inching closer to the top 3. T-Empress and Nericus are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Lockgen 7 is climbing to the 15th position, making a little progress. Nericus is really having a tough time dropping to 10th place. Gay Empress is climbing up to 4th. Wild Cavanona is also making moves, now in 5th. Wildrino just gained 1 spot to 12. Lockgen 7 and Iris Special are nose to nose for 14. Sputnik NZ is also moving up 1 to 16. Lockgen 7 and Sputnik NZ are battling for 15. Nericus is closing in on Deplorable, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Orange Funk is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Sputnik NZ is also moving up 1 spot to 15. Nericus is climbing up to 8th place. Sputnik NZ and Iris Special are nose to nose for 14. Billy is trying to overtake Amy for the lead. Nericus and Kingshoot 22 are nose to tail in a close fight for 8th place. Sputnik NZ is dropping back to 21st place. Maracus is climbing up to 8th place. Pingshu 22 and Maracus are locked in a close fight for 8th. Sputnik NZ just made a huge move, overtaking 20 cars to take the lead. Amy and Sputnik NZ are nose-to-tail fighting for first place. Zero Time Live and Amy are also close, battling for second place. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. The gap between Amy and Zero Time Alive looks pretty tight. Billy is closing in on the top 3. Wanabikito and Deplorabliepo are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Kaiosify is chipping away at the Woodorino's lead, closing in by 2.2 seconds. Lockjun 7 is catching up to Era Special, narrowing the gap by 140 seconds. Lockjun 7 and Era Special are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Wild Kebanona and Village are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Lockjun 7 just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Cheryl and Mitsu Roses and ER Special are fighting hard for 15th. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled. Winning at Spa Vintage is no small feat. Looks like all that practice paid off. Time to celebrate. Wow, Amy took the win. That was an impressive finish. Looks like Amy's AI has got some serious skills. Great job to everyone involved in making such a close and exciting race. Alright everyone, just a quick heads up. We're doing some stream maintenance, so we'll be back in just a few minutes. Sit tight, grab a snack, and get ready for more AI car madness once we're back. Thanks for hanging out.